Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us at the 48th National Management Convention of All India Management Association. The theme of the convention this year is Beyond Recovery, New Rules of the Game. We are privileged to have a most distinguished lineup of speakers, dignitaries, and a very eminent audience with us today. We would like to thank our sponsors who have supported the convention and made it possible. Our sincere thanks to our principal sponsor, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, principal co-sponsor, Reliance Industries Limited, sponsor, JK Paper Limited, co-sponsors, Ambuja Neotia, Apollo Hospitals, Cabin Care, Indian Oil, Neo Foods, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Triveni Group, Uflex Limited, Usha International, and Vodafone Idea Limited. Our associate sponsors, Dempo Group of Companies, NTPC and Tata Chemicals, and corporate sponsors, Amway, BSC, Firebird Institute, Koni Elevator India, Nico Engineering, Power Grid, Hijo Engineering, and Titus & Co. Throughout the convention, we will be conducting live polls during the sessions, and the program is also being streamed live on AIMA social media channels. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start with the first session of the 48th National Management Convention. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session of the 48th National Management Convention is with the Governor of the Reserve Bank of India. And now I have the privilege for inviting on the virtual stage, Shri Shaktikanta Das, Governor, Reserve Bank of India, Mr. Harshpati Singhania, President, AIMA, and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK Paper Limited, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman and Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Senior Vice President, AIMA, and Chairman and Managing Director, Cabin Care Private Limited, Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Vice President, AIMA, and Chairman, Dempo Group of Companies, and Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, All India Management Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Thank you. Before we begin the session, a quick look at the poll question for the session. It is, RBI should raise interest rates to curb the prevailing inflation. Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? We invite you all to participate and share your opinion. With these few words, may I now request Ms. Rekha Sethi to deliver the introductory remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shaktikanta Das Ji, Governor, Reserve Bank of India, Harshpati Singhania, President, AIMA, and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK Paper Limited, Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman and Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, C.K. Ranganathan, Senior Vice President, AIMA, and Chairman and Managing Director, Cabin Care Private Limited, Srinivas Dempo, Vice President, AIMA, and Chairman, Dempo Group of Companies. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have you with us for AIMA's 48th National Management Convention and a very warm welcome in this celebration of Indian management. We are privileged to have Mr. Shaktikanta Das, Governor, Reserve Bank of India, to kick off this very special session at the convention. Mr. Das, many thanks for joining us on this special occasion and for agreeing to deliver the opening keynote of the convention. We are honored to have you with us. Mr. Singhania, Mr. Ranganathan, Mr. Dempo, it is a pleasure to have all of you together in this session. Your outstanding leadership has enabled AIMA to withstand the past year's disruption and become stronger through innovation. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Mr. Kirloskar, always great to have you with us, and many thanks for chairing the convention. An immediate past president of AIMA, you remain engaged with the organization, and we deeply value your continued guidance and support. I'm very pleased to welcome all the past presidents, AIMA Council members, fellow members of AIMA, our friends from the media, and all AIMA members and delegates who have joined us today for the convention. We have put together some very interesting sessions and have some outstanding speakers addressing the convention over the next 2 days. We're also pleased to present the first ever virtual AIMA Managing India Awards later this evening. Do remain tuned in for a star-studded lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, for nearly half a century, AIMA's National Management Convention has been the preferred platform of India's leaders to discuss national challenges and to find the way forward. Once again, we have the cream of India's government, thought leaders, and industry leaders to discuss the most urgent issues being faced by the nation. However, the issues facing the country this year are unprecedented. Indian economy has been ravaged by the COVID pandemic, and it needs more than just rebuilding. Rules of the game have changed in the economy as technology has become the centerpiece of every activity. New ways of work and life have taken root, and it is simply not possible to roll back the clock and resume life as it was in the pre-COVID days. What we need to do differently and how we need to do it concerns everyone, and that is the overarching theme during this summit. In this session, we are privileged to have the RBI Governor with us to discuss the state of the economic rebuild and the policy measures required to make Indian economy more resilient. There are significant challenges to balancing a rapid recovery and maintaining stability of prices and the financial system. Simultaneously, technology is accelerating changes in the form of money and ways of exchange. In this session, we will find answers to many of the questions we may have about the present and the future of the economy and the financial system. It is the perfect start to the convention before we take up other key facets of India's transformation. Once again, thank you everybody for joining us for the convention, and I'm sure you will enjoy all the sessions. With these words, it is my pleasure to invite the AIMA President, Mr. Harshpati Singhania, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Rekha. Shri Shaktikanji Das, Governor, Reserve Bank of India. Shri Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman and past President. My colleagues, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Senior Vice President. Srinivas Dempo, Vice President, AIMA. Rekha Sechi, past Presidents of AIMA, all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to have you all with us today, and a very warm welcome to everyone at AIMA's 48th National Management Convention. We are privileged to open today's convention with the Governor of the Reserve Bank of India, Shri Shaktikanji Das. Shaktikanji, we are delighted to have you with us in this celebration of Indian management. And I am personally very grateful that you have accepted my invitation to share your thoughts on the role of the central bank in restoring and rebuilding Indian economy in this time of crisis. In the past too, you have been involved in shaping and implementing economic policies in your role as the Economic Affairs Secretary, Revenue Secretary, Fertilizer Secretary, and as a member of the 15th Finance Commission. But I am sure this particular time would be the most unique one for you. Many thanks for joining us, and a very warm welcome to you, Shaktikanji. I also welcome my AIMA colleagues, Mr. Ranganathan, Mr. Dempo, and Rekha, who have been a big help to me in steering AIMA this year through a period of unprecedented disruption. A warm welcome to all of you. Sanjay, it is a pleasure to have you, and many thanks for agreeing to chair this convention. As the immediate past president of AIMA, you have remained engaged with the organization's activities, and it is very gratifying for everyone at AIMA to have you involved in this year's NMC. A hearty welcome to all past presidents of AIMA, the members, its council members and fellows, and the many distinguished well-wishers who have logged in. My sincere thanks to our friends from the media who have always been very supportive of AIMA. I also welcome those who are watching it live on our social channels. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian economy has undergone a major upheaval during the COVID pandemic. But thanks to the outstanding efforts of the government and the RBI, which, if I may add, perhaps has been one of the most responsive institutions we have had, the damage control has been very controlled, and a very quick recovery has been possible. The RBI has played a particularly important role in containing disruption of the economy and survival of many enterprises by instituting moratorium on local repayments and providing ample liquidity. RBI has tried to maintain the momentum of recovery by holding the interest rates low, even in the face of high inflation. Its stance has been validated by the recent drop in inflation rate. RBI's role will continue to be central to India's economic recovery, as the business and consumer confidence remain vulnerable, and the possibility of further disruption cannot be ruled out entirely. In addition to the domestic issues, the RBI has also had to deal with the global movements in central bank policies. The rapid recovery of the economy in the rich world, both in terms of speed and quantum, and growing concerns about rising inflation have triggered expectations of tapering of easy monetary policy in the US as well as in other places. If done suddenly, that can reverse foreign capital flows and destabilize the Indian rupee, as had happened earlier in 2013. However, we can trust Mr. Das to prevent a repeat and ensure a smooth adjustment to any tapering of the stimulus in the US. It is very reassuring that the RBI Governor has categorically stated that India is well prepared to absorb any external shocks. Under your leadership, sir, the RBI has used this period to work on important innovations, such as official digital currency, which is emerging as a global trend. Clearly, the RBI is alive to the changing nature of money in the digital age and is leading the change instead of reacting to it. Now it is my pleasure to invite the convention chairman, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, to deliver his special address. Sanjay,
Thank you, Mr. Singhania. Shri Shaktikanta Das Ji, Governor of the Reserve Bank of India, Mr. Singhania, Mr. Ranganathan, Mr. Dempo, Ms. Rekha Sethi, the Director General, all past presidents of AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. I am privileged to chair the 48th National Management Convention, and it's really a great pleasure to be with all of you. It's a great honor for us to have the Governor of the Reserve Bank of India open the AIMA convention this year. And it is as good as it can get to begin this convention with a keynote address by Shri Shaktikanta Ji Das. RBI has been the central figure in the rescue and rehabilitation of the economy during the COVID disruption. And our Apex Bank also holds the key to setting the new rules for investment, production, and consumption during the recovery and rebuilding phase. We have come a long way from the initial shock of COVID and lockdowns. Thanks to the RBI's helpful policies and actions, economic activity has revived considerably since the unlocking. And the 20% GDP growth during the peak COVID period this year is a great achievement. The instant economic indicators, such as freight and tax for July and August, suggest a sustained recovery. And barring a third COVID wave, we are hopefully in for robust growth in the coming months. The RBI is understandably cautious and is holding its high liquidity and low interest rate stance. As the anticipated third wave of COVID has not materialized so far, and vaccinations have gained momentum, we see business and consumer confidence returning. Many people have come back to offices, and bazaars are busier than they have been since March last year. But it is not yet a return to normalcy as we know it. So much has changed during the pandemic that it is not possible to go back to our life, work, and business of the pre-COVID days. Having been forced to think and behave differently, we have discovered new ways of doing things, and we're also doing things that we did not do earlier. Digitization of business was already around, but most enterprises shirked the transition. Remote work and distributed workplace were possible earlier, but most business leaders held on to familiar habits and settled priorities. In less than 2 years, the world has changed for everyone, and everyone has changed with it. Rules have been rewritten, and they're still being written as we find our way through the disruption, uncertainty, and complexity. Currently, most organizations are living day to day to avoid making decisions that would tie them to particular policies, projects, partnerships, and people for long term. The long drawn and still rampant crisis has made everything ad hoc. However, there is realization that new competitive advantages have to be established with a switch to new ideas and investment in new capabilities. One of the biggest shifts has been in the area of supply chains. Just in time is not good enough anymore. Now, it must be combined with just in case. Initially, trouble came from disruption of economic activity, and now worries about supply chains are coming from a surge in economic activity. It has become difficult to source inputs and distribute output because of logistic logjams around the world. The cost and time of shipping have escalated sharply. There's also a shortage of semiconductor chips that are required by nearly every product of the digital age. It has been a great, sobering experience for enterprises who are beginning to think in completely new ways. As this new rule of resilience applies not only to inventory, but also to workforce, cash, and technology. Everybody realizes that things coming to a stop overnight is not a one-off. Digitization has become critical to core competence and business strategy. Enterprises have learned that digitization is not only the last resort during disruption, but it is the key to competitiveness and growth. The new rule of business is not just to add online commerce and communication as a complementary layer, but use digital technologies to create value for customers and improve organizational agility. However, it's important to remember that technology by itself cannot achieve anything. Technology makes a difference only when people up and down the hierarchy and across business ecosystems find it useful in their work. So another new rule is that enterprises must synchronize strategy, product, people, and technology instead of merely buying fancy new toys. Another big change is the high priority of employee and public health. Enterprises and brands have to be particularly mindful of health implications of their operations and their products. Most of these changes are self-reinforcing, and as all get used to mixing the virtual with the physical, the duality of life and business will become pervasive in the post-vaccine economy. During the course of this convention, we will examine the emerging compulsions and openings, and we will have an opportunity to listen to and learn from the best and brightest in our country. I'm confident that everyone will enjoy each session. With these words, once again, a warm welcome to our chief guest, the Honorable Governor of the Reserve Bank of India, and the over 10,000 delegates who have logged on to the AIMA platform, and also the social media channels. I really hope all enjoy the convention as much as we have enjoyed putting it together. I now request Mr. Dempo, Vice President of AIMA, to introduce our chief guest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirloskar, Sri Shaktikanta Das ji, Honorable Governor, Reserve Bank of India, my colleagues in AIMA, Mr. Harshpati Singhania, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, our past president, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, who is also the chairman of the convention, Rekha, and dear friends. I deem it a unique privilege and an honor to introduce our chief guest and the keynote speaker of the convention's opening center, a man I deeply admire and respect for his stellar contribution to building a robust financial system which has contributed positively to inclusive growth. A veteran of public governance and policy making, he's a man at the center of India's economic recovery and rebuilding efforts. Under his dynamic leadership, Reserve Bank of India has acted very quickly and decisively to provide relief to borrowers and liquidity not only to big but small businesses, which has helped mitigate the devastating impact of the COVID pandemic and the lockdowns. An astute central banker is helping the government, the businesses, and the consumers with supportive policies to drive a rapid rebound in the economic activity and our GDP growth. A man with nearly 4 decades of experience of governance in the areas of finance, taxation, industry, and infrastructure, he understands the needs of all stakeholders in the economy and is adept at balancing the interests of the government and the private sector. A retired IAS officer of the Tamil Nadu cadre, he has had a long innings in the finance ministry under various regimes and also has been involved in the making of a record 8 union budgets. He has held important positions for the government of India in the multilateral financial institutions, which includes the likes of World Bank, Asian Development Bank, New Development Bank, and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Before being appointed as the 25th Governor of Reserve Bank of India, he was also a member of the 15th Finance Commission and India Sherpa in G20. A revolutionary central banker, he is making history by facilitating a financial and digital transformation of India. It is now my pleasure to invite our honorable chief guest and our keynote speaker of this opening and special session, Mr. Shaktikanta Das, Governor, Reserve Bank, to deliver his keynote address.
Namaskar. Shri Harshpat Singhania, Shri Sanjay Kirloskar, Shri Srinivas Dempo for that very charitable and kind introduction, Shri C.K. Ranganathan, Ms. Rekha Sethi, all distinguished participants who are watching this event online, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to, at the outset, thank the President and all other office bearers of the All India Management Association for having invited me to participate in this convention. It's a great opportunity for me and gives me a platform to share some of my thoughts with all of you and the participants. Now, this is a national management convention, and it is appropriate and it is very apt that the AIMA is organizing it. In normal times and even more in times of severe stress, it is the quality and capacity of management that makes the critical difference and enables businesses to not only survive, but also to come out stronger. I'm happy to note that of management profession by collaborating with industry, government, academia, and students. The theme of this convention, Beyond Recovery, New Rules of the Game, is indeed very well timed. After an 18-month-long battle, there are signs, and I repeat, signs, that the world is emerging from the shadow of the coronavirus. As we look beyond, this is the right time to step back a little and plan for an economy which is stronger, more inclusive, and sustainable. I propose to highlight the contours of such an economy in my remarks today. COVID-19 is a watershed event in our era. It has caused widespread devastation of life and livelihood, and it is still haunting the global economy in several ways. There are very few parallels of a shock like the COVID-19 in history, which left policymakers with no template to navigate through the crisis. Both health systems and human endeavor to deal with the crisis were stretched to the limit. The pandemic is likely to leave indelible mark on the way economies and societies function. When we emerge from the crisis, it would most likely be a new dawn and a new normal. The pandemic has induced several structural changes which have significantly altered the way we work, live, and organize ourselves, including our businesses. With greater shift to work from home, technology has gained potential to boost productivity by saving on travel time, boosting sales on online platforms, and accelerating the pace of automation. As a result, consumption pattern is also changing, and companies are resetting their supply chains, both globally as well as locally. These changes will have wider ramifications for the economy in the days and years to come. Global supply chain is also undergoing significant shifts. Companies and various authorities have to be nimble enough to capitalize on these opportunities. Automation and robotics will threaten low-skilled workers and those in the contact-intensive sectors. The shift to online have also created new opportunities as well as challenges for employment-intensive sectors like travel, hotels, restaurants, and recreation. Some of these changes are going to stay beyond the pandemic. These structural changes need to be kept in mind while formulating strategies for participative growth process. At another level, the pandemic has affected the poor and the vulnerable more, especially in emerging and developing economies. Daily wage earners, service and informal sector workers were badly hit in almost all emerging and developing economies. Their employment and income opportunities were curtailed. The lasting damage inflicted by the pandemic on these segments is of serious concern for inclusive growth. In the medium to long run, both efficiency and equity will greatly matter for sustainable growth and macroeconomic performance. Technology adoption, which was earlier limited to core sectors, has now permeated to several other sectors. And these would include education, health, entertainment, retail, trade, and offices. The pandemic has also caused disruptions and induced reallocation of labor and capital within and across sectors. The firms which were quick to adopt technology and were flexible in working from offsite are attracting more capital and labor. On the other hand, firms which were not up for the challenge and competition will have to leave the space for the more dynamic ones. These forces of creative destruction are expected to boost productivity by encouraging greater competition, dynamism, and innovation in several sectors of the economy. Now, let me now turn to the Indian scenario. In the post-pandemic world, India's prospects are underpinned by several dynamic sectors. I wish to briefly touch upon some of them. And I have shortlisted about 7 sectors which I propose to highlight. First, information technology services and information technology enabled services, that is IT and ITES, backed by entrepreneurial capabilities and innovation and innovative solutions, have emerged as a key strength of the Indian economy over the years. There is a growing league of unicorns in India, reflecting its potential for technology-led growth. The country has added several unicorns over the last year to become the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. Under-penetrated Indian markets and large IT talent pool provide an unprecedented growth opportunity for new age firms. Further, the COVID pandemic has provided a new impetus to technology-driven companies such as fintech, edtech, health tech, which are likely to see increased funding activity in the coming years. The second point, the second sector that I would like to highlight is the India's digital momentum, which is expected to continue with a strong demand in areas such as cloud computing, customer troubleshooting, data analytics, workplace transformation, supply chain automation, 5G modernization, and cybersecurity capabilities. India has the natural advantage to benefit from emerging trends in all these areas. The drive towards full fiberization of the economy has to go hand in hand with establishment of data centers across the nation for data storage and processing. Ensuring universal, affordable, and fast broadband internet access all through the country can certainly play a critical role in advancing productivity and employment opportunities. Further, the stronger push to digitalization and automation can have spillover effects on ease of doing business. Medical advances and process accelerations can spark a renaissance in public health innovations and delivery. E-commerce is emerging as another promising sector for India. It has benefited from the growing market, increased internet and smartphone penetration, and COVID-induced shifts in consumer preferences. Various initiatives taken by the government, namely the Digital India, the Make in India, Startup India, Skill India, and the Innovation Fund, have created a conducive ecosystem for faster growth in the digital sector. Third, the pandemic has brought to focus what India can achieve in the area of manufacturing. In the pharmaceutical sectors, for the first time in history, vaccines were developed and administered within a year, with India remaining a forerunner and global leader in vaccine manufacturing. Investors have shown confidence in the production-linked incentive, that is PM-PLI scheme, introduced by the government. Following this initiative, India is now home to almost all the leading global mobile phone manufacturers. And during the recent period, India has turned from being an importer to an exporter of mobile phones. This trend is likely to spill over to other sectors also. The presence of global players would help in enhancing India's share in the global value chain and building up a resilient supply chain network. Greater global chain value penetration, that is, greater global value chain, that is greater GVC participation, would also enhance competitiveness of India's large micro, small, and medium enterprise supplier base. Fourth, the global push towards green technology, though disruptive, can create new opportunities in several sectors. For example, the automobile sector is moving towards electric vehicles. With greater innovation, electric vehicles are now slowly converging into internal combustion engines in cost as well as performance. The biggest electric vehicle car maker, as all of you know, is not from the traditional car maker companies. Similar creative disruption is also visible in the two-wheeler space. With supportive policies, greener technologies can yield economic and environmental benefits. Fifth, India's energy sector is also witnessing significant churning and technological transformation. As India grows rapidly, its energy demand is expected to pick up in the near future. Currently, a large part of our energy demand is made from fossil fuels with significant import dependence. India aims to increase the share of non-fossil fuels to 40%, that is about 450 gigawatt of total electricity generation capacity by 2030, as part of the goals set under the Paris Agreement within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. With a view to give a boost to agriculture sector and to reduce environmental pollution, the government had launched the ethanol blended petrol program, which would help in cleaner air besides saving on fuel imports. The percentage of ethanol blending by oil marketing companies has risen from 1.5% in 2013-14 to 5% in 2019-20, and is further expected to rise to 8.5% in 21-22, on course to achieve 20% target by 2025. The drive towards renewable energy is a step in the right direction, both for energy security as well as environmental sustainability, which are critical for our long-term economic growth. Sixth, in the post-pandemic period, global trade will remain vital for faster recovery. Reflecting congenial policy environment and supportive external demand, India's exports have rebounded with a broad-based double-digit growth during the first half of this year, that is 21-22. India's exports of agricultural commodities, including geographical indications, that is GI certified products, to newer destinations, offer very favorable prospects for overall exports. Furthermore, exports of engineering goods, which account for around 1/4 of India's total exports, experienced robust growth across product categories and newer markets. To further strengthen the export potential, there is a need to enhance the share of high-tech engineering exports to achieve an ambitious engineering export target of $200 billion by 2030. To achieve our objectives in all these areas which I have outlined so far, we need a big push to infrastructure, particularly in areas of health, education, low carbon and digital economy, in addition to transport and communication. In addition, the warehousing and supply chain infrastructure will be critical to bolster value addition and productivity in the agriculture and horticulture sector. This will create employment opportunities in semi-urban and rural areas and promote inclusive growth. The demand for warehousing infrastructure has also gone up in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities in the wake of steep jump in online trading. Moreover, investment in intangible capital such as research and development and skill upgradation of human resource has strong positive impact on productivity. Some empirical evidence suggests that the impact of investment in intangible capital on labor productivity is more than investment in tangible capital. Seventh, a dynamic and resilient financial system is at the root of a stronger economy. India's financial system has transformed rapidly to support the growing needs of the economy. While banks have been the primary channels of credit in the economy, recent trends suggest increasing role of non-bank funding channels. Assets of non-bank financial intermediaries like NBFCs and mutual funds have been growing. Funding through market instruments like corporate bonds has also been increasing. This is a sign of a steadily maturing financial system, moving from a bank-dominated financial system to a hybrid one. Substantial progress has been made to fortify the internal defense mechanism of financial institutions to identify, measure, and mitigate the risks. This is a continuing process, and efforts by all stakeholders will have to be sustained. History shows, now let me just also, before I conclude, touch upon the efforts towards inclusive and sustainable economy. History shows that impact of pandemics, unlike financial and banking crisis, could be a lot more asymmetric by affecting the vulnerable segments much more than others. The COVID-19 pandemic is no exception. Within countries, contact-intensive service sectors employing large number of informal, low-skilled and low-wage workers have been hit harder. In several emerging and developing economies, lack of healthcare access has disproportionately affected the family budget of the poor. Even education, which was provided online during the pandemic, excluded the low-income households due to lack of requisite skills and resources. Overall, there are evidences across countries that the pandemic may have severely dented inclusivity. The global recovery has also been uneven across countries and sectors. It has been uneven across countries and across sectors. Advanced economies have normalized faster on the back of higher pace of vaccination and larger policy support. Emerging and developing economies are lagging due to slow access to vaccine and binding constraints on policy support. Multilateralism will lose credibility if it fails to ensure equitable access to vaccine across countries. If we can secure the health and immunity of the poor, we would have made a great leap towards inclusive growth. Global cooperation remains vital for rapid progress on this front. Needless to add that inclusive growth in the post-pandemic world will require cooperation and participation of all stakeholders. In India, collaborative effort of various stakeholders is helping accomplish a seemingly difficult task of accelerating the pace of vaccination. The private sector is developing and manufacturing the vaccines. The union government is centrally procuring and supplying it. The state governments are delivering and administering it in every nook and corner of the country. India is now administering a record of about 1 crore doses of vaccine every day across all segments of the population. A major challenge to inclusiveness in the post-pandemic world would come from the fillip to automation provided by the pandemic itself. Greater automation would lead to overall productivity gain, but it may also lead to slack in the labor market. Such a scenario calls for a significant skilling or training of our workforce. We also need to guard against any emergence of digital divide as digitization gains speed after the pandemic. Further, the need for professional human resources trained in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, that is STEM, is also rising briskly. Major technology-based firms have expressed their intention to hire many new professionals with skills in these areas. In the short term, the supply of such workforce cannot be increased by the traditional education system. And thus, there is a need for close involvement of corporates in the design and implementation of courses suitable to the changing industrial landscape. As we recover, we must deal with the legacies of the crisis and create conditions for strong, inclusive, and sustainable growth. Limiting the damage that the crisis inflicted was just the first step. Our endeavor should be to ensure durable and sustainable growth in the post-pandemic future. Restoring durability of private consumption, which has remained historically the mainstay of aggregate demand, will be very crucial going forward. More importantly, sustainable growth should entail building on macro fundamentals via medium-term investments, sound financial systems, and structural reforms. Towards this objective, a big push to investment in healthcare, education, innovation, physical and digital infrastructure will be required. We should also continue with further reforms in labor and product markets to encourage competition and dynamism and to benefit from the pandemic-induced opportunities. The production-linked incentive scheme, and this is very important, the production-linked incentive scheme, that is the PLI scheme announced by the government for certain sectors, is an important initiative to boost manufacturing, to give a boost to the manufacturing sector. It is necessary that the sectors and the companies, I repeat, it is necessary that the sectors and companies which benefit from this PLI scheme utilize this opportunity to further improve their efficiency and competitiveness. In other words, the gains from the PLI scheme should be durable and not one-off. And the responsibility for ensuring these lies with the industry, lies with the sectors, and lies with the companies which are benefiting from the PLI scheme. Again, for growth to be sustainable, a transition towards a greener future will remain critical. The need for clean and efficient energy systems, disaster-resilient infrastructure, and environmental sustainability cannot be overemphasized. Due consideration should be given to individual country roadmaps, keeping in mind country-specific features and their stage of development while adopting policies towards climate resilience. Let me now conclude It's been, I think, a bit longer than I had intended it to be, but let me now conclude. On the whole, while the pandemic has created enormous challenges, it can also act as an inflection point to alter the course of development. Enhanced adoption of technology will give impetus to productivity, growth, and income. Leveraging technology in implementing government schemes, training and skill development programs for the unemployed, promoting women-friendly work atmosphere and supporting education of the poor and the marginalized sections would be the areas of focus as we embark on our journey beyond COVID-19. Income and job creation with digitalization and innovation can bring about a new age of prosperity for a large number of people. Many of us have grown up reading Mahatma Gandhi's talisman in textbooks. And I quote, "I will give you a talisman. Whenever you are in doubt, recall the face of the poorest and the weakest man whom you may have seen and ask yourself if the state you contemplate is going to be of any use to him. Will he gain anything by it? Will it restore him to a control over his own life?" Unquote. As we strive to build a stronger and resilient India, this pearl of wisdom that we learned long ago remains as relevant even today. Thank you. Stay safe. Namaskar.
Many thanks, Shaktikanta ji. That was a brilliant presentation. Thank you so much again for joining us. May I now request Mr. C.K. Ranganathan to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thanks, Rekha. Shri Shaktikanta Das ji, Governor, Reserve Bank of India, Harshpati Singhania, President AIMA, Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman and past President AIMA, Srinivas Dempo, Vice President AIMA, Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you in the National Management Convention, and it's my privilege to conclude this special inaugural session with the RBI Governor, Shri Shaktikanta Das. Sir, thank you very much for a truly outstanding address. It was fascinating to hear from you on all the aspects that the RBI and the government have taken and what needs to be done to help the economy recover and for a greater transformation. Also, thank you for highlighting as to how various sectors will evolve and what we must do to embrace the opportunities. I must say that under your regime, through various policy initiatives, you have made Indian banks and the financial sectors much stronger than ever before. Thank you very much, sir. My compliments to you on leading the central bank through unprecedented trials and tribulations and ensuring stability through very effective interventions and innovations. Your steps to provide quick and plentiful liquidity in the financial system has prevented a catastrophe. And your message to protect borrowers during the lockdown, various measures to protect the borrowers during the lockdown have enabled businesses to survive and recover after unlocking. Your interest rate management has been extremely pragmatic. I'm sure all will vouch. This kind of an interest rate, Indian industry has never witnessed. And thank you for the push, all the things that you have done. The government also for deepening the government bond market is very welcome. The rebound in business and business sentiment has been particularly good over the last couple of months. The demand situation is improving, especially in the rural areas because of a good monsoon season, which has made the farming economy more optimistic. Manufacturing is coming back to the pre-COVID levels, and the shrinkage in the service sector is beginning to ease up. However, the festive season will be critical, both on account of consumer spending and the containment of COVID. Even as the economic activity resumes and grows, the central bank's support remains crucial to business. There are still kinks in the economy and the recovery is uneven across sectors. Though the business and consumer confidence have improved in absence of expected third wave of COVID, RBI is doing the right thing by continuing its supportive policies. At the same time, RBI's move to keep Indian financial system in sync with the digitization of the economy are welcome. One is looking forward to the introduction of India's e-currency and further shift of payments and transfers to digital modes. Sir, many thanks for opening the convention and for sharing your thoughts on the policy environment for economic recovery and rebuilding. It has been a pleasure listening to you. A special thanks to all my friends from the media. We count on you to take AIMA's message further. I'd also like to thank everyone in the audience for joining us for the convention and for helping us advance the cause of Indian management. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaktikant.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. With that, we come to the end of the special opening session of AIMA's 48th National Management Convention. Please stay tuned as we will start the next session in a few minutes from now. next session. We now have a very interesting fireside chat between Mr. T.V. Mohandas Pai, Chairman 314 Capital, co-founder and Chairman Iron Capital, and Chairman Manipal Global Education Services Private Limited, and Mr. Nitin Nohria, Distinguished Service University Professor, Harvard University, and former Dean, Harvard Business School. The poll question for this session is: business should do what is legal and not try to decide what is right for the society and the environment. Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? We invite you to participate and share your opinion. May I now invite Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Senior Vice President, AIMA, and Chairman and Managing Director, Cabin Care Private Limited, to open the session with his introductory remarks.
Nitin Nohria, Distinguished Service University Professor, Harvard University, and former Dean, Harvard Business School. T.V. Mohandas Pai, Chairman, Manipal Global Education Services. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to have you all with us today, and a very warm welcome to a conversation with Professor Nitin Nohria, Distinguished Service Professor of Harvard University and the former Dean of Harvard Business School. Professor Nohria, it's a privilege to have you on the AIMA platform, and many thanks for agreeing to do this session. You have been a transformative teacher and leader at Harvard, and you have steered the institution through a period of great turmoil and change in the world. You were in the first Indian-American Dean of Harvard School of Business, and your outstanding achievements have greatly enhanced the brand equity of Indian talent in the US academic world. You brought a new flavor to business education and introduced the field curriculum to the MBA program as well as online certificate programs. You also instituted the iLab to promote business innovations by students. You integrated the business school activities with the rest of the Harvard University and oversaw the launch of the dual degree programs with the engineering, the medical, and the arts department of the university. Thank you for joining us, and a very warm welcome to you. Mohan, it's a pleasure to have you, and thank you for agreeing to moderate the conversation with Professor Nohria. You chair Manipal Global Education, and you were deeply interested in human resource development even during your years at Infosys. You have always been deeply involved in founding the AIMA India Case Research Center for developing Indian case studies for both Indian students and foreign B schools. You are a leading investor in India's startup, and you are mentoring many of them, including those in the edutech sector. You have always been a key figure in policy making and governance during the past few years. You have been a member of India's stock market regulator, SEBI, and various government committees on taxation reforms. We look forward to an exciting conversation between you and Professor Nohria. Thank you for joining us, and a very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, management education has changed dramatically since the 2008 financial crisis, and there has been a shift towards sensitizing MBAs to the interest of all stakeholders and not just serve the shareholders. The growth struggles through the 2010s and the beginning of 2020s with the global pandemic and economic disruption has further highlighted the need for a change in the role of business and business education. Since the outbreak of the COVID pandemic, businesses have been called to repurpose their assets and organization to help deal with pervasive sickness and death. Executives who were trained for increasing revenues and minimizing costs have to pivot to add public and employee health into the mix. They had to rethink supply chain and product innovations to deliver solutions to the survival needs of the population instead of discretionary sophistication. Some businesses measured up to the task, and the opportunities some struggled to just stay afloat. One big lesson for enterprises from the pandemic has been that they have to include their social purpose in their larger business strategy and vision, and not so much because of the altruism, but because of evading disruption and capturing windfall opportunities. Even as the world recovers to some semblance of normalcy, business leaders have to factor in the change priorities of their stakeholders and align the organizations with the moral compass of the society also. It is not enough to declare good intention and do social marketing. To be competitive in the post-pandemic world, businesses need to score on multiple metrics, including employee wages and welfare, diversity and inclusion in both workforce and leadership, social and national contribution, public health, and financial climate change mitigation. Meeting all these obligations will create tremendous complexity and strain management bandwidth and resources. But there is no other way, and this ought to be done to have a future in business. This is where management education has to evolve quickly and provide the talent with the appropriate skills and mentality to thrive in the new business world. I am sure we will learn a lot by listening to Professor Noria, who has done some outstanding thinking and teaching in this area. With these words, it's my pleasure to invite Mohan to take over and conduct the session. Thank you.
Thank you, CK. Thank you, folks, for being here. And thank you, Professor Noria. Professor Noria, you have been at the forefront of reconfiguring global business to meet the needs of society. You have demonstrated that business has to be compassionate, business has to follow a different kind of capitalism. If you look around the world today, post-pandemic, what are the challenges of today's capitalistic world? Is society worldwide losing trust in business? Do they still have the same trust they had possibly when you started your career?
Thank you, Mr. Pai, and thank you, Mr. Ranganathan, for including me. It's a privilege for me to be a part of this AIMA gathering again. My father, Kevin Noria, has been a longtime friend of AIMA, so it is a true privilege as his son to now have this opportunity to speak to this august group. So as you, Mr. Pai, so correctly point out, the pandemic, on the one hand, one might say it's an acute crisis because it's a disease which hopefully will be behind us. But I think the pandemic has revealed to us very deep structural crises in society. So if you think about what the pandemic has proven everywhere in the world, even where there is recovery, the recovery is K-shaped. The rich seem to have gotten richer through the pandemic, and the poor seem to have struggled even more. The pictures as an Indian that one saw of migrant workers who already barely live on subsistence levels, having their lives be put at great risk during the pandemic are not just Indian pictures. You can see similar stories in the United States. You can see similar stories everywhere in the world. So we seem to be living in an economy in which there is a tremendous amount of innovation. On the one hand, you have vaccines developed in record time. So you can see that it's not that business as a force itself is not humming. The internet, if it wasn't for the internet, generations of students would have had no opportunity to study. All of us would not have the opportunity to continue our activities as we're doing on this Zoom format. So while there's a lot that is good that is going on in business, its benefits don't seem to be accruing evenly to society. And I think that's something that we need to worry about a lot, because in the end, society's faith in business comes from the fact that over a long period of time, business is good for all. It raises the living standards and the income and the well-being and the prosperity of all members of society. Now, inequality has always been a feature of society. So I don't think that society is inherently uncomfortable with inequality. If someone works 10 hours and I work 1, I am not troubled if they earn more than me. If someone goes to university and I don't, I'm not troubled if they earn a little bit more than me. But what troubles me is if, despite my best efforts, I feel like my condition in life is stuck. And I think we are facing a society that has too much of that everywhere in the world. That's one of the things that we need to fix. The other thing, which of course happened during the pandemic that many of us may have ignored because we were so preoccupied with the pandemic, is that the last 2 years have also been a year in which there's been the greatest number of climate-related adverse events in the world. In the US, where I live, there are wildfires literally every day. We just had another hurricane, Hurricane Ida, that was of the same strength as Katrina. And again, these are not US problems. These are problems everywhere in the world. If you look across the world, there have been climate events have increased to a greater extent. And that's another problem, that if you see who it affects, while it affects all of us, so that is one that will affect all of us, even that problem tends to affect the poor more than it affects the rich. So take the state of Louisiana. The poor in Louisiana have barely recovered from Hurricane Katrina, and now they've had Hurricane Ida hit them too. They're the ones who have very little insurance. So when their properties get destroyed, they have to rely upon the state and they can't help themselves. So I think if you look at the big issues in society today, we as business people need to recognize that these issues are our issues. If we want to maintain trust in society, which is essential for businesses' long-term success, addressing these social issues of inequality and of climate change, I will mention those two in particular because I think there are many others we could talk about as well. But those two, I think, are the two big issues that we as business leaders have to find a way of tackling.
So, Noria, that's very, very relevant, and I totally agree with you. But there is one more thing that's happening around the world, and that is technology and accelerated innovation. This has increased the divide between the rich and other sections of society. You've seen the rich get richer, particularly in the last 2 years in COVID because of technology innovation. You've seen $2.5 trillion companies coming up. Now, when this happened, society asked those business leaders, what are you doing for us? Now, do you see this trend going forward of an accelerating divide because of technology and accelerated innovation? Do you think business is losing more of its moral compass and the ability to make the future better for all? We had calls in society for an increase in the minimum wages, for example, in the United States. At the same time, the people who benefited from technology innovations, who become billionaires many times over, are a bit hesitant to step up to the plate and take care of them. So do you think technology and innovation are accelerating the divide, and we need to have a much, much better focus on understanding this change and coming out with some kind of solutions?
Mr. Pai, I think you're absolutely correct that the current technologies that we are seeing, in particular technologies that are associated with the internet, tend to be technologies in which a lot of value can be created by a small number of people. Unlike a manufacturing plant where you have to employ, to scale, many, many more people, these businesses scale with relatively fewer addition of people. It's not like they don't have to add people now. Amazon and others have become very large, hundreds of thousands of employers companies. But for the most part, the productivity per employee is much higher in an internet company than it was in a traditional manufacturing company, and certainly much more than an agricultural sector company or even in a service sector company. Of this productivity are, of course, accruing to the people who were the entrepreneurs of this generation of companies. And so as a result, you're seeing at a time, people estimate that 100 people in the world may have become more wealthy than the bottom 20% of society aggregately through the internet revolution. This, of course, even if I as a farmer am grateful for a cell phone, which connects me to the rest of the world, so I don't think we should be critical of the technology. The technology itself has had profoundly beneficial consequences, not just for the rich, but I think for all of society. I think what we have to ask ourselves is, how do we make sure that this prosperity over time is more inclusive? It is often the case that in the early phases of any technology, inequality rises, whether it was the Industrial Revolution. So if you look at the stories, the great Dickens story of A Tale of Two Cities, you're reminded of the fact that early on in the Industrial Revolution, inequality was high. And then through a series of both regulation and business itself thinking about doing good things, we found that prosperity could be increased. So people often think that the minimum wage was introduced by the government. The actual minimum wage was first introduced by Henry Ford, who decided to voluntarily increase the wages of his employees in his assembly plant, because he said that tomorrow these employees, I need them and they're going to become my consumers as well. So actually their well-being is not just a cost to me, it's over time creating a customer for me, right? So I think that type of mentality, which is an important orientation that he had a long time ago, is an important orientation that we need to have. By the way, I do think that the promise of this new technology to democratize many things that were previously only in the province of those who were more privileged should not be underestimated. Take education, which is a field that you and I both care about. I think we're in the very early innings of what technology could do or how technology could be leveraged to make a higher quality education accessible to many, many more people in the world. It takes a generation, of course, for technology's benefits. So I look at my own family. It was my father who was the first in his family to get a real high quality education. And you can see the benefits now in my generation and in my children too. So I hope that we'll start to see these benefits of technology as it aims to try and create more prosperity for more people, as opposed to in the early days, just creating something that is very useful, but in which the riches or in which the benefits accrue to a few.
Professor Noria, we spoke about the gap in trust between business and society. We spoke about the need for business to get involved in solving global challenges. We spoke about innovation and technology accelerating the difference between the rich, very rich, and the poor. Now, in your view, as a professor of business management, professor of business who has taught business, who has spoken to many business managers, what should business leaders do to increase the trust of society in business, in tackling global challenges, and mitigating the negative impact of technology innovation in accelerating the divide? What should they do? What kind of a business leader you want to see in future?
So I think first and foremost, business leaders have to recognize that these problems, which in economic theory have sometimes been called externalities, right? So climate is called an externality. It's something that is not my problem. It's a collective problem, and therefore society has to take care of it. Or the focus of a business is, let me drive my technology and let me become as productive as I can. There's a competitive market for labor, so I should pay my labor the least I can, because in the end, that's the best way for me to be the most competitive in business. I think these are ideas that we will need to reimagine. And we will need to reimagine them creatively. We can't just dismiss these ideas, because in the end, it is in fact the case that we'll have to think very hard about how can we increase the wages of our labor force without becoming unproductive. Because if you become unproductive or uncompetitive, or if your cost structure increases, then you do not survive as a business. And if you do not survive as a business, I don't think you do any good to anybody, right? So I think that it's important for business people to realize that they have to do well and do good. They can't choose one over the other, because if you don't do well as a business, over time you fail, in which case you're doing no good to anybody. But if you only do well and you don't do good, I think you have a problem as well. So I remember a good example that I have, which has become one that increasingly I've been thinking about, is, for the longest time, nobody used to say that I produce poor quality products. Everybody used to say I produce high quality products. And yet it used to be the case that people were hesitant to produce high quality because everybody thought that high quality was associated with higher costs. It took the Japanese, building on a set of ideas that were both Japanese and American ideas, whether it was Deming and others, to create an entire set of ideas and then management practices, not just a set of ideas, but a set of rigorous management practices. It started off in vanguard companies like Toyota. We started to teach at Harvard Business School the Toyota production system. Now everywhere in the world, we understand this as lean manufacturing. And what we learned over time was that for a very large range of quality, you could produce higher quality and reduce costs. Right? So there was no particular reason why we used to think of higher quality as inevitably associated with higher costs. It is breaking this kind of fixedness, which is where we start to associate the improvement of something with higher costs, that we as business leaders will have to imaginatively confront. So take the environment, right? 10 years ago, after Katrina, Walmart decided, because it faced the challenge of Katrina, to say, we're going to somehow or the other remove reduce our carbon footprint by a significant amount, right? At that point, they had thought that they would reduce it by 10%. And their estimate at that time was that by reducing their carbon footprint by that much, they would have to increase costs. Now, since Walmart is devoted, its entire business model is to give people the goods and services that they need at an everyday low price, there was actually a real moral conflict that is created. Like, how do we navigate our business on the one side in which we think we're going to increase costs, which is bad for our customers, and simultaneously reduce our environmental footprint, which we think is good for the entire planet, but not just for our customers, right? But they said, nevertheless, it's a moral imperative and we should take this on. Over the last 10 years, what Walmart discovered is that if it put its own ingenuity to work, rather than having its costs rise, its costs actually reduced by virtue of taking on the challenge of reducing its carbon footprint. Inspired by that, they now have this, let's take 1 gigaton of carbon out of Walmart. It has inspired many other companies to think the same way. We now need to take, just like we did with the Toyota production system, some of the ideas that have been developed here, systematize them, find a way so that many, many more people can embrace them. And that's an example of how we could break this trade-off that has historically been seen, that the only way in which I can reduce the carbon footprint of my business is by increasing its costs. I actually think that we have to, in this next decade, find a way in which we can, as we did with the quality movement, and AIMA was a big part of it, is to simultaneously find a way of tackling these social problems and then figuring out the ideas and the management practices while lowering its costs. You can see that there are companies in the US that have become a part of a living wage coalition. Yes. So they are all saying that not just minimum wages, we actually have to pay our workers what is considered a decent living wage. And then we have to think about productivity improvements that we can have, or believe that by treating our employees that well, they will be more productive and they will do more for the firm. There'll be lower turnover, there'll be lower training costs. So we can actually find a way over time to reduce the cost structure of the firm, even as we raise the wages of our people. I think it's that type of imagination that is essential for business leaders. And we already have business leaders who are, I would say, at the vanguard of this. And I hope that over time we will learn from them and diffuse these practices much more broadly in society.
Professor Noria, that is very, very hopeful. But tell me, Thomas Piketty, the French economist, has demonstrated through his book, Capitalism in the 21st Century, or something, that, capital is getting an increasingly higher share of value add than labor. It seems to be an irreversible flow towards the future. Now, with technology, that's happening more. Now, are you saying that with compassionate capitalism and the business having the need to get the trust of society back and paying a living wage, this could possibly be rebalanced so that we get a better society? I mean, is that the case that one could make based upon what business leaders are doing, what people like you are teaching, are writing about, and people like you are creating public opinion on?
So look, I am of the view that we must be very careful in trying to reform capitalism, to not lose capitalism. I would say that capitalism is a tremendous force for opportunity in the world, and it's one of the few sustainable ways in which society can create prosperity for each other. So what is a business? A business at its core is someone who has an idea for creating something for value for society. Voluntarily, people have to consume that product, but I can't force my product down someone's throat. So it's a voluntary exchange between a consumer who says that for a certain price, what you're giving me as a business, I think it's a good business, right? And so there's an exchange there that is good. Similarly, investors have to decide to give their money to a business because they believe that the business will give them a fair return. A community has to agree to have a business get a license to operate in that society, to give it a presence in the society because it believes that this business will be good for my community, right? If in the end business fails to do any of these things, if customers feel that this business is not giving me something that is worth the price of what I pay, they will find some other business, they will stop working with the business will become bankrupt. So business, what I love about business as an institution and why I have devoted my life to business is that I think of it as being one of the greatest inventions of society, where voluntarily we can organize a system of exchange that benefits us all. Now, it is possible for business to extract so much power that it engages in monopoly pricing over its customers, which is a very bad practice. Or as we see today with technology, that it can addict us to biased information because that is good for the business. So it's not the case that businesses always lives within this guidelines of free and open exchange. But it is important to remember that a system of free and open exchange, which is what capitalism tries to advance, is at its core a better system than believing that the government or someone else can decide what I need to consume or how much to invest or anything like that. So I think that as business people, we should be devoted to reforming business, to trying to correct some of the problems that Mr. Piketty and others have observed. But I think it would be a very big mistake if we lost faith that in the end, capitalism and business is the best social invention for creating prosperity for a very, very large part of society.
I think that is very incisive. Now, it leads to another natural question which some of our viewers are asking us. That is, what is the role of government and the civil society, which is increasingly becoming much more visible in working with business to solve large societal problems? Because government thinks of itself as the regulator, protector of consumers, but civil society has come up in a very big way. They become a very, very big force as a counterbalance to the government and maybe business. How can all three, business, civil society, government, work together in the new paradigm?
So the government has a very, very important role to play. It's like in any sport, any game, you need the rules of the sport to have even good competition amongst people, right? So government's job is to create the rules of the game and to make sure that the rules of the game are fair and fair for all parties involved, right? So just as I said, business is at its essence a nexus of relationships between customers, investors, workers, managers, and communities, right? To make sure that this interaction occurs in a way in which everybody feels that they were dealt with fairly, that is the fundamental role of government. And that's where government, I think, plays a powerful role. The question is, what does sensible regulation look like? I think we all know that regulation can be very sensible. Regulation can overreach, but there can also be under-regulation. So for example, some people believe, and I think I am one of those, that there is probably under-regulation in the tech sector in the United States, and we can now see some regulation begin to arise. But there are many, many things in which there can be over-regulation, which is not very good for anybody actually in the end, because in the end, government is also there to serve society. So it's important to remember that government has no interests other than the interests of society as a whole. I think the role that civic and civil service organizations and civil society organizations are playing right now is really extraordinary. So you think about the environmental movement. I don't think that without organizations in civil society, the wide variety of environmental organizations that at one point we used to think were almost revolutionary, Greenpeace and others. I mean, if it wasn't for people like that, I don't think we would have been alerted to the tremendous challenges that we now face in society. Even at Walmart, over the last 10 years, what Walmart learned is that it required them to form an alliance with environmental organizations so that they could learn what it was that they did not understand about how to make their environmental impact lower in the world. So in my humble opinion, the future in terms of restoring prosperity for society will require much more active collaboration between business, government, and civil society. We have to stop seeing each other as having different interests, but to recognize that we actually have a shared interest in creating prosperity and well-being in the long run for society. And more, you're starting to see these partnerships that are emerging between government, civil society organizations, and businesses. This Walmart example that I used is one that I really like because, and there are many more, so you're beginning to see these examples emerge. in which people are showing that to tackle these big social issues, you can't do it on your own. You have to engage people in civil society who know the problems better than you might as a business person. You have to then engage government to say what a sensible regulation look like that doesn't just advantage you individually, but creates a fair playing field for everyone involved. And I think the more we can adopt this mindset and then start to develop practices that take that mindset and actually show us real examples of how to put it to use, that's where I think that we have more hope going forward.
Now, Professor Noria, another interesting question from our viewers. You are a professor of business. You have been a professor of business for many years. You've seen business shape. You've seen new things come up. You have been in the forefront of business thought. You've seen many of the people you taught become business leaders. Now, at this point of time, what can business education do to create managers through the business schools and through people like you who can meet the challenges that you just elucidated? The big challenge society, the growing gap between rich and poor, the need for innovation, the need to regain trust, the need to make sure that society keeps together. But they have to be done by people who graduate from your business school. So what are you doing to make sure that you are able to create this great product?
We certainly need to do what we can to help our graduates from our business school be better stewards of this relationship between business and society. But let me just say, we educate a very small fraction of all of the business leaders in the world. So my hope is that one of the reasons that I'm so proud to be associated with AIMA in some ways is that here's a whole organization that is devoted to the advancement of management in India. And so I think that there's a very powerful and important role for not just business schools, but for anybody else who's involved in management education or in management development or the development of business leaders everywhere in the world. So after around the time of our centennial, which was in 2008, this is 100 years of the history of our business school. My current dean and former colleague Srikant Datar and David Garvin wrote a book called Reimagining the MBA. Mm-hmm. In that book, they came up with a very simple set of ideas. They had a framework which said that business education or business leadership is about knowing, doing, and being. Knowing is to master a body of knowledge. Doing is then to translate that body of knowledge into action. And being is to carry yourself in a way, which is to be a business leader in a way that earns the trust of the people that you work with and society at large. So their view was that business education in its first 100 years had done a pretty good job on the knowing dimension. So over 100 years, frankly, across all business schools, nobody teaches CAPM differently. So in fact, they said the knowing of business has gotten quite commoditized. We have, in fact, developed a body of knowledge, which if you go across the world, you'll see most business schools teach at least a curriculum that has something that is more in common than not. They said there's a big distance still between knowing and doing. There's a lot of people who have book knowledge, but they can't translate that book knowledge into action. And so the field program that we launched at Harvard Business School was an attempt to try and inculcate more action learning. This is not a new idea, right? The case method was not a new idea at Harvard Business School either, but we wanted to systematize action learning. We wanted to systematize what it means by learning by doing. So whether this is project-oriented work or going out into the field, we wanted to create more progress on doing. But we felt that, okay, business education has at least learned something about doing. Where Srikant and David Garvin felt that business education was weakest was in inculcating being, which is to imbue in our students the values of what it meant to be a great steward of business and society. I think we've made progress in the last 10 years on moving business education from knowing to put more emphasis on doing and some emphasis on being. Ironically, I think that we now live in a moment in which our students may be ahead of us on being. Because I actually think that the young generation comes to us with values where they are almost demanding that we teach them more about how they can, in fact, enact these values, which I think they're more environmentally conscious. They're more conscious of inequalities. They're more conscious of trying to live in a world because probably they see the existential risk in their generation. But what will happen if business doesn't change much more than our generation saw the risk? In some ways, we're going to likely die before climate change becomes an existential threat. But for this generation that is currently in our schools, if this problem doesn't get tackled, they might inherit a world which looks like a very dystopian world. So I think they maybe see the challenges more clearly and more viscerally than we do. But I think now we don't know what the ideas are that we should teach them. So, we can teach them these values. So for example, I don't know how to teach students if you wanted to be, suppose you made a declaration that you want to be carbon neutral by 2030 or 2050 or whatever date you've chosen. So, zero carbon initiatives have been launched by companies. But what do we know to teach to allow companies to reliably do that in a way that will be effective and sustainable? What is the modern day equivalent of teaching them the Toyota production system, or teaching them lean manufacturing principles, or teaching them Kaizen, or teaching them all of those things that we used to teach when they came to our technology and operations management class? In the 1980s and the 1990s, we could teach them, how do you improve your quality while reducing costs? So I actually think that there is, in addition to continuing to emphasize the being of business and to make sure that there is another generation of business leaders who are acutely aware of and sensitive to and devoted to using their lives to solve these big social issues while still running great businesses, I actually think that we now have to accelerate the rate at which we are producing the next generation of knowledge that can inform these good intentions and make sure that these good intentions can be translated into reliable management practice. That, I think, is the real challenge of business education now.
Thank you, Professor Noria. That's very, very useful and very incisive. Now, my last question to you as we wind up this excellent talk. You have seen business for the past very many years. You are the forefront of management thought. In the last 2 years, you've seen a once-in-a-century pandemic, the impact on society. As a concerned person, compassionate person, you've been concerned at what is happening. You've seen climate change coming up, global challenges coming up. And after so many years, the challenges have only grown. So what makes you most concerned about the future? And what makes you feel more hopeful that the future will be better despite these big challenges?
So what concerns me the most is that one thing I've learned is that the human capacity for forgetting is infinite. In some ways, it's a good thing, right? In some ways, it's a very productive thing, because if you wallow in the miseries of the past, you will permanently be a miserable person. So I think the fact that we recover from the deaths of loved ones, that just tells you that there may be something very deeply in our evolutionary makeup almost that causes us to forget pain and to look for hope very quickly. So I worry that at some point, once the pandemic is behind us, or as has happened in the US just recently with Hurricane Ida, which did not cause the same devastation that Katrina did, that we just say, these are not big problems, we know how to tackle them, let's get on with business as usual, and we all kind of return to doing the things that we used to do, and forget that there are big lurking structural problems, and while the storm of today may have passed, there's an underlying set of issues that are still brewing that is going to cause the next storm and the next storm and the next storm. So we may get past this pandemic, but there's a set of structural things that are going on in the world that make it more likely that we might have another one. This particular storm may have passed, but there are other ones that might come. So somehow we need to make sure that we don't forget. So that's the thing that worries me the most, which is I hope we don't forget that these things have now become so much a part of our lives that we will become a generation that does not forget these things and in fact takes them seriously. So that's the kind of, the hopeful part that I have is that I do see, I am a deep believer in innovation. So I think that innovation is in the end the reason why we should feel hopeful. And this is not just innovation in technologies, which I think are very important and profound. And I think we're in the early ages of a golden era of innovation in technology. What the vaccines did in terms of 1 year. I think there are many, many more platforms like mRNA, which I think, for example, promise to improve human health in dramatic ways in the next 10, 20 years. I think there are technologies that we're seeing, whether it's what we're seeing with electric batteries and other kinds of environmental technologies, which now there's enough demand for. So I think we are going to see a next 10, 20 years of amazing technologies that will enable more sustainability. So in area upon area, I feel very hopeful that technology will play a big role. And happily, with venture capital and a celebration of entrepreneurs that has occurred culturally in society, I think we're actually in a period which is a good period to not suppress these entrepreneurs, but to enable these entrepreneurs. So despite their wealth, please don't get envious of the wealth of entrepreneurs. I think our hope lies with them, and we should continue to be betting on them to produce answers that will be beneficial for society. And then I think the other thing that I'm hopeful about is that I have always believed that given a very difficult problem, business leaders, in terms of their own business models, can be extraordinary innovators as well. And I will repeat again this example that is one of my favorite examples of the Toyota production system. That was a business innovation. There was less technology innovation in it than there was business innovation. I think we need a period of business innovation as well, in which people can show, as business leaders, how they can marshal these technologies, how they can marshal this moment to, in fact, give us examples, which then become examples that inspire and create more widespread practice of ways in which business can be a better force for society. So if we don't forget and we continue to apply our ingenuity, our imagination, and our innovation, and we remember that in the end, business does well when society does well, and society does well when business does well. And we understand this genuine mutual interdependence that business has with society. I think that still makes me feel optimistic about the future.
Professor Noria, I think this is wonderful. We had a great discussion, incisive thoughts on business and society. I want to thank you very much for this wonderful discussion, and look forward to engaging with you better. I do hope that we'll have many more occasions for you to address some members of AIMA. Thank you very much, folks, for being here. Thank you, Professor Noria.
Thank you, Mr. Pai and Mr. Noria, for that wonderful and interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of session 2. Please stay tuned. We'll be starting our next session in a few minutes from now. Welcome back to the next session. The poll question for this session is: public health security requires tax-funded free-to-user healthcare instead of mandatory health insurance. Please do participate and share your opinion. It is now my privilege to welcome on the virtual stage Mr. Hemant Nerurkar, past President AIMA and Independent and Non-Executive Director Adani Enterprises Limited, Ms. Sunita Reddy, Managing Director Apollo Hospitals Group, Dr. Azad Moopen, Chairman and Managing Director Aster DM Healthcare, Professor K. Srinath Reddy, President Public Health Foundation of India, and Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, Chairman and Executive Director Narayana Health. Let us welcome them all with a huge round of applause. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Hemant Nerurkar to give the introductory remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good evening, everybody. Sunita Reddy, Dr. Moopen, Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you all with us in this special session on national health security, a topic which is very pertinent today. We are privileged to have a panel where each member has personally contributed significantly and greatly during the crisis, COVID crisis this year and last year. Ms. Sunita Reddy, many thanks for agreeing to moderate this session. You run India's largest private healthcare network that includes 71 hospitals and more than 400 pharmacies. During the COVID pandemic, your group has delivered exemplary services. We are aware that you have personally driven real-time analytics to know supply-demand mismatch of critical resources like ICU beds and critical medicines. It is great to have someone with your knowledge and experience. Dr. Moopen, it's a pleasure to have you with us. An outstanding healthcare entrepreneur, you are leading one of the growing chains in hospitals, in clinics and pharmacies. While based in Dubai, you have made a stellar contribution to healthcare in India. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Shetty, many thanks for agreeing to do this session. You are renowned for building an outstanding healthcare chain with a special focus on affordable cardiac care and micro health insurance. Your thought-provoking views on medical, nursing, and paramedical education and regulation deserve immediate consideration to address our healthcare crisis. The government has recognized your contribution by awarding you Padma Shri. It is our pleasure to have you and a very warm welcome to you. Professor Reddy, thank you for joining us. As a President, Public Health Foundation of India, your opinion has vital importance in dealing with public health emergencies such as the one which we have faced last year and a half. You have been a distinguished head of Department of Cardiology at India's premier healthcare research institute, All India Medical Sciences. It's our pleasure to have you and a warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is one positive outcome out of this pandemic, it is that India has woken up to the need of decent and dependable healthcare system. So, irony is that the economic growth and recovery has, we have had a great economic growth and recovery, but it has not kept pace with the healthcare expenditure. The emergence and growth of private healthcare has greatly improved the availability and quality of healthcare, particularly in cities. Yet its services remain far short of what nearly 1.4 billion people need, especially when they need healthcare at the same time. This reality has hit us very badly, and there is a newfound drive to dramatically raise the scale of healthcare through public and private investment. The cruel shortage of public health care during the pandemic has cost the country dearly in terms of both life and economy. Regrettably, a huge number of lives were lost prematurely. In absence of enough public healthcare facilities, government had no option but to resort to lockdowns. This has devastatingly impacted our economy. India has lost nearly 2 years of economic growth. Before the pandemic, the focus was more on making health insurance available to everyone. The assumption that not everybody would need healthcare at the same time has come back to bite us. We have learned that we need healthcare system that expand quickly when required. The government has taken steps for emergency care, and it has been trying to shore up production and stocks of respiratory care materials, medicine, and equipment. The industry, which took production cuts to divert oxygen for medical use during the second wave, is also looking to expand oxygen production and delivery capacity. Hospitals have had time to work out rapid expansion of bed and workforce capacity. Hopefully, none of this will be required, but to go back to sleep on public healthcare issue would be a fatal mistake. It is time India made public healthcare a top priority, because as the pandemic has shown, ignoring healthcare can be fatal to both people and economy. We must not indulge in a blame game and realize that pandemic is about humanity and virus. Thanks to accelerating learning by our healthcare system and increased pace of vaccination, it appears that we are now on the verge of winning. We have an excellent panel to explore what needs to be considered and done for our healthcare system. Diwali is just 42 days away. Let us all hope that lights will shine brightly and millions like us, saved by global response and God's grace, can celebrate with precautions. Thank you very much, and I will now request Ms. Sunita Reddy to conduct the session.
So thank you very much for that introduction to the session. I think the fact that AIMA has chosen health as one of its first session is the fact that the world is giving health a lot of importance, and rightly so, because at the foundation of any economy, at the foundation of the happiness of a nation, is truly the status of the healthcare of that nation. As we all know, India had invested 1.25% of its GDP in healthcare. Recommendations were there to move it to 2.5%. And I think this crisis has shown that now more than ever before, that this is the time that we work together to collaborate. And I'm truly blessed to be with such a powerful group of people, all of whom are doctors. In fact, I'm the only one who's not a doctor. So I think this coming together of people, whether you're doctors, whether you're people in management, whether you're just housekeeping staff or a nurse, this or just part of the government, this collaboration of people coming together for the sake of the cause is what made us really win in times of COVID. And India did have the lowest mortality rates. And I think credit to the government and credit to everyone who really played a unique role. So over the next 20 minutes, I hope to cover several sessions that will cover maybe a vaccination program, how insurance has changed and how the demand for insurance has become an important part of the future of health. And what can we do to improve health infrastructure and skilling, something that Dr. Devi Shetty has spoken so much about. And finally, is this a pandemic or an endemic, and how is the future going to look like? So with that, let me start with my first question to Dr. Azad Moopen. Doctor, we know that you've built health systems not only in India, but in many geographies. So my question to you is, what are the strengths, the distinctive strengths of each, and what would you bring to India, or what would you take from India to the rest of the world?
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for that question. And so When I look at our situation in India, I think that we have done a good job and we are in a good place now, but we had challenges in the middle. But as has been mentioned by you, one of the most important things which I feel when we look at I sit outside of India, and when I look at India, I feel that one of the most important things that we should be doing is to allocate more towards healthcare. Like what you said, the government spend is 1.5% of GDP, which they plan to take to 2.5% by 2025. That's what the government had said. And that is very minuscule when compared to many of the Western countries. Europe spends 10%, America spends 17%, and even our neighbors like Bangladesh and all spends 3 to 4% for healthcare. So the long and short of this is that we have to spend more if we have to have a good healthcare system. So I think one of the most important things for national health security, which is as important as any other security, I think, is to have more of spend by the government, and of course the private sector also will follow suit. Now that is being done in the countries where we sit, and I think that that's a very important thing which has to be done. Another very important thing which I felt is that the requirement for the capacity building, which again goes to the resources which is available, money, as well as the focus of the government on that. We have to have much more numbers coming, and I'm sure that Dr. Shetty will be speaking on that. That is very important, that pipeline of doctors, nurses, paramedics. I think we struggled a lot because we didn't have that. And then, of course, the third most important thing I'll say is that there's a requirement for us to take up digital transformation in a big way. That's the only way in which we can, in India with 1.4 billion population, reach the periphery and provide healthcare to the people. It's impossible almost if we look at using the physical means of reaching people. So this is what I have to say as an opening remarks from my side to your question.
Thank you very much. I think very useful remarks and a segue into my question for Dr. Devi Shetty. Dr. Devi Shetty, all of us have read about your thoughts about skilling. So I'm going to move to something that I think we need to understand deeply, and that is the payer model. You introduced Yashashwini, a very successful scheme, micro-insurance scheme in rural Karnataka. So let me ask you, where do you think we can get to in terms of scale, coverage, and depth of insurance, as well as customer satisfaction? And just as a related question, what is your take on payer formats potentially affecting the quality of care? Because all of us are very concerned that care should never be compromised. So please give us your views.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Sunita. First of all, one of the greatest missing link in Indian healthcare today is that significant percentage of the population pay from the pocket. That has to be addressed, and a financial intermediary should emerge. Now, this financial intermediary need not necessarily be a IRDA-approved insurance program, because the moment you go in that route, all the rules of the games are already fixed. You have no leeway to maneuver or innovate. I believe that the poor people in the country, fortunately, are covered by the Ayushman Bharat government scheme, which is doing a wonderful job. And the rich people have a traditional health insurance, or they may not need any insurance. They can pay from the pocket. Large number of working class people drawing between 25,000 to 60,000 rupees per month. This category of people, if they want to buy a health insurance scheme, that doesn't exist today. So like we have caused the fintech revolution in so many app-based tools for the financial inclusion, we need to have such an intermediary for paying for the healthcare. It may be a targeted insurance for cancer or a heart or a surgical procedure, whatever. But that is the only way
if we have to wait for the government to offer health insurance to everyone and healthcare at free of cost, that is not going to happen. That's not a scalable model, because a country which has such a tiny percentage of the taxpayers, where is the money? So my suggestion is we need to really come up with out of the box financial intermediaries which will pay for what it costs, not like launch a scheme and squeeze the hospital and pay them less than what it costs. That's not going to serve the purpose. The industry won't survive. So if we can come up with that kind of a product, I am convinced that that will really transform Indian healthcare.
Thank you, Dr. Devi Shetty. You know, you're so right. Only the health insurance penetration of private health insurance penetration is only 5%. And now we do have NBFCs that are offering, you know, EMIs, so people can pay for their cardiac bills, they can pay for oncology. So I think this is something that we should take very seriously. So, you know, having heard you on insurance, I want to move on to this, you know, the diagnostics and the treatment, because this is something that we were faced with during COVID. So I would like to really address the question of scale and capacity for diagnostics with Dr. Srinath Reddy. And, you know, how do you think about treatment, vaccination, and diagnostics? And what is your perspective on addressing these needs on a countrywide basis? Because this is not just about Tier 1, but, you know, this is an epidemic that's spread to all parts of India. So how do we scale this, and what are the critical elements we need to build scale?
Well, clearly this is an area that needs to be addressed, because not only it is important for appropriate clinical management and even for prevention, of course, but it is also one of the major contributing causes of out-of-pocket expenditure. In fact, about 70% of out-of-pocket expenditure comes from outpatient care. And out of that, a good fraction of it comes from drugs and diagnostics. And not having access to affordable diagnostics, or even having competent, qualified laboratories perform diagnostics closer to home, is going to be quite a challenge. Now, of course, the government is saying that in the health and wellness centers, there is going to be a facility for basic diagnostics to be provided. But in addition, I think we ought to be really looking at point of care diagnostics. A number of possibilities exist in which diagnostic kits can be carried by the frontline health workers and the tests can be performed at home. It's not absolutely essential that everybody has to go to a distant laboratory to get it done. But that brings into question the whole area of quality assurance. We need to build in quality assurance at all facilities, public and private, and ensure that we get affordable diagnostics easily provided as per need, as close to home as possible, with ready availability of results for quick decision making. And of course, that applies to quality assured generic drugs as well, being provided free of cost in all public facilities, and if possible, through a pool procurement system, which actually reduces the costs of procurement. Even the private hospitals can actually buy from that common pool procurement system and pass on the benefit to their patients as well. So we really ought to be looking at how we can actually build up good diagnostic facilities right from the sub-center level up to the medical colleges and particularly the district hospitals as well. And I believe the government is now really looking, if you look at the budget of February 2021, and also the new schemes that are likely to be announced soon, that diagnostic facilities at multiple levels are likely to be set up, mainly triggered by the pandemic response. Because the whole idea of getting good virological diagnosis or a microbial diagnosis, of even getting the genomic testing done in order to identify variants, all of this has really given a spur to establishing diagnostics in a wide network of institutions across the country, as I said, right from the sub-center to the medical college hospital. So we do need to invest more in this facility, but simultaneously ensure that there are trained technicians, people capable of delivering competent reports with quality assurance, and ensure that this whole network is adequately coordinated at various levels.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Srinath Reddy. Dr. Srinath Reddy has spoken about building wider networks. And I think that that's crucial for a country like India, where 60% of the population lives in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. So I think as we think about wider networks, as we think about skilling, because this is something that Dr. Devi Shetty is also passionate about. We need to train those phlebotomists. So that's one aspect of it. But I'd like to move on to you, Dr. Mupin, to hear about how do you think we can access and look after these far-flung locations, not only in terms of diagnostics, but care using the new digital economy?
Yeah. So thank you. I briefly touched that. So I think that is one of the most important things that we have to see. We won't be able to send doctors or nurses to these far-flung areas. So one, you will have to build manpower capacity by training people. It shouldn't be a 5-year, 3-year, 2-year, like what Dr. Shetty always tells. We should have people who are trained for maybe 6 months to 1 year, and we should have large number of trained healthcare workers who have the basic requirements to carry out simple questioning, as well as to get some tests done, as well as to convey it to a hospital, to a doctor who is sitting maybe in the district headquarters or taluk headquarters. So that is extremely important. Then the digital connectivity. Luckily, we are in a country where we have one of the largest mobile connectivity, even in the villages. So that part is already taken care and it's becoming better with 5G and all. So now the thing is that how are we going to connect this with the district headquarters or taluk headquarters or even other hospitals which are getting into the network, and how can we get this connected and see that there is a diagnosis in a case where a patient need not come to these places, we can provide that. And of course, along with that, there is a question of the logistics. So what I feel is that apart from having this, we have to have mobile medical vans, which will take these people along with some supplies for treatment and providing, and also the testing, which can happen along with that. So my view, to cover the country in a planned manner over a period of maybe 5 to 10 years, we should have mobile medical services. We have to train people beyond the level of nurses and doctors. And we also have to that connectivity develop between those centers in the periphery as well as the ones in the hospitals. So that will give us that capability to address and reach the healthcare problems throughout the country.
Wonderful. So it's a combination of both digital and being more mobile. So that brings me to the question of flexibility for you, Dr. Shetty. In your own persona, you're very flexible. I know you're a cardiac surgeon, plus you're chairman of Narayana Hridayalaya. So I can see the dexterity that exists within you. So all of us have worked to create a system, during the second wave, all of us have worked to create a system that dealt with both COVID patients as well as the regular patients, because we couldn't keep them, on hold much longer. And we couldn't waste a minute. So when we think of the future, how do you think, what is your vision of creating a flexible healthcare system that manages to deal with both these airborne diseases? Right now it's COVID-19, but it could be something else that comes later, as well as the NCDs, which are all, which is something that is there. 50% of India has a problem with NCDs. So how do you think about this?
Thanks, Sunita. First of all, we should assume that there will be many more viruses like COVID, which is going to create trouble in the future. There is no doubt about it, because like COVID, there are at least another few hundred viruses lurking inside the bodies of animals in the forest. It's a matter of time before they find their way to a human body. Now, if a situation like this arises in the future, the best way to manage is by having one group of young doctors who comprise a mobile workforce. Because fortunately, COVID doesn't infect the whole country at one time. COVID
first started in Kerala, then it went to other states. So it keeps on going from one state to the other state. And at the peak, the peak lasts not more than 1 or 2 months. They just need maximum number of doctors and nurses, young doctors and young nurses, only during that period. So if you have a young mobile workforce of maybe 20,000, 50,000 young doctors, nurses, medical technicians, we can cover most of the public hospitals, because the biggest problem we face today is, since independence, government hospitals always had over 70% shortage of medical specialists. We haven't been able to fill up those vacancies, in spite of which government is in power. So a mobile, flexible workforce will make a huge, huge difference. And about the communicable, non-communicable diseases, only fortunately, these are chronic diseases, which can be managed online. We have over 10,000 patients who are managed, 10,000 diabetics who are managed online by our diabetologist. And they have produced a very impressive document of how patients who are managed online, their glycemic control is much better than patients who insisted on visiting the doctors. This is the beauty of technology, because with the digital route, we can keep nudging these patients to get the blood sugar tested regular intervals, send us a report. If they don't, we keep on barraging them with the SMSs. So essentially, future is not an extension of the past. 10 years ago, half the tools what we have never existed. So we have to change with changing times, and every rule of the game has to be redefined. And that is what matters in facing the uncertain future. Flexibility is the name of the game.
That's a really good answer. So yes, I know digital technology has been used, especially in condition management. And like all of you rightly said, it is the future. So, you know, in the interest of time, I thought I'll move on to, we've got a lot of questions that have come in. So let me move on to these questions, because I think our listeners will be sad if I don't ask them. The first to you, Dr. Professor Srinath. Do you think that insurance can relieve the government of its burden of providing public health services?
I do not think so. Let me be very clear. Insurance can support the system, but most of the funding has to come from tax revenues. It has to be centrally funded. And that's true of virtually every country in the world which has attempted anything close to universal health coverage, from 84% in the UK to even 48% in the United States. It is public financing. Private insurance or contributory insurance, particularly from salary deductions, is not likely to be a major contributor, because salary deductions will only account for a small level in a country where about 90% are in the informal sector. Yes, contributory insurance is a possibility, but certainly payroll deductions are not really possible at this point in time. So, as has been pointed out, we spend very little on health compared to many other countries. So we do need to increase our allocation to health and utilize it also much better with allocative and utilization efficiencies. But I don't think leaving it entirely to the insurance mechanism is going to really work in this country. It may be supplementary, but it cannot be a substitute for a tax-funded healthcare system.
So as an auxiliary to this, you know, Dr. Devi Shetty, we have another question which says, should taxpayers be asked to fund a national health scheme, given that the bureaucracy is designed for control and not service? What are your feelings, your reaction to this?
As Srinath just mentioned, bulk of the healthcare has to come from taxpayers' money. There is no other choice, because more than half the country's population today are enjoying the benefit of Ayushman Bharat, which is a taxpayer-funded scheme. But having said that, a vibrant health insurance program will add significantly
to the overall development of delivery as well as the industry standards. It will only improve if there is a lot of financial intermediaries for every section of the society. In nutshell, we have to replace a person paying from the pocket. If people have to pay from the pocket, I will be surprised if President of US is in a position to get a bypass grafting done without the financial intermediary called health insurance scheme. So how many people have 5 to 10 lakh rupees of cash money in the bank at any given time if they need a medical emergency? So essentially, we have to replace the cash part of the healthcare with the financial intermediary. It can be a government-funded health insurance scheme or a privately funded health insurance scheme. But I am not a very strong favorite of government offering healthcare free of cost. I insisted many years ago, even if the test and the procedure is done free of cost in a government hospital, produce a bill at the end of when the patient goes home, clearly mentioning he doesn't have to pay, but there has to be a billing so that some accountability is brought into the system. And also patient knows what is the value of the ultrasound he had or the value of a gallbladder surgery or a hysterectomy she had. Today, they think that when it is free, no one pays for it. Somebody is paying for it. So essentially, we need to change the perception of the healthcare by the common man.
That's so true. And I think it has a lot, it will build trust in the healthcare system if we do that. So, you know, one of the things that what you said is very true, that we really need to let people, and the perception around the cost of healthcare is extremely important. And I think, you know, one of the suggestions that maybe later on all of us can come together is to see whether we can really make sure that meaningful premiums for healthcare are tax deductible. And if that happens, maybe there will be more people willing to take up health insurance. So Dr. Moopen, let me ask you, and I think you have a worldview sitting in Dubai. What are the chances of a third wave?
Yeah, so that's a question which anybody can speculate anything, but definitely we should be prepared for that. The good thing is that even if a wave comes, as the people in many countries, especially in India and all, herd immunity being very high, I think the impact, it seems, will be very minimal. And in countries where it has not gone to that level, definitely there will be a third wave. But in India, I think that we are fairly well placed because of the herd immunity, which is increasing, the seropositivity, as well as, of course, the vaccination coming up. But we have to be definitely prepared. And this is going to be something which we will have to live with. It is not going to be a waves which will be, it will be a continuous activity, which will be continuous illness which will be there in the endemic state, and we'll have to live with that, with vaccination, with all the treatment. But there are a lot of things which have improved over the period of time. The severity has come down with vaccination. There are better medical methods apart from what we used to have earlier, the steroids only. Now we have the antibody cocktail, many things which can save lives. And I think that we have to take this as something with which we'll have to live, whether the third wave comes, goes, or whatever. This is going to be with us for pretty long time, is what I feel.
So Professor Srinath Reddy, I think Dr. Moopen had just said that third wave, there is a high likelihood and that we have to live with it. So just the other day, I read that the seropositivity of Bombay is at 72%. And India has vaccinated 15% of its people who double vaccinated and is looking at 65% double vaccination by end of December. So what are your feelings on, you know, living with a pandemic or an endemic, or the fact that, like Dr. Devi Shetty also said, that we will always have to live with some virus? What is your feedback?
Well, let me start with some caveats and then go to a more optimistic reply. The caveats are that seropositivity in an antibody survey is not assurance of current immunity against the circulating viruses in everybody, nor is it assurance of continued immunity for several months against new viruses and variants that may come in. That's because we are only looking at antibody levels. We are not looking at their neutralizing capacity. So we do not know how much they can fight it off. And secondly, we do not know when they're going to wane off. Depending upon the amount of viral load exposure, depending on the age of the person, the general health condition of the person, we know that even these antibody levels will decline. However, having said that, and we also know that antibodies are not the only thing that signal immunity. We know that cellular immunity is there, which may not necessarily decline so fast. We also know that even if the antibodies decline, memory cells, memory T and B cells may be there, which get activated when challenged again by the virus. So there is a lot that we are still learning. But given the fact that there is evidence of a high level of viral exposure in the population, even by these antibody levels, and that our vaccination rates are stepping up, I do not think there is likelihood of a major third wave, but we cannot rule out in certain parts of the country fairly large spikes. But if we are defining the third wave in terms of the case counts of infected people, those may occur. But if we are deciding on the third wave in terms of the number of seriously ill people who are likely to be rushing to hospitals, getting into intensive care, or unfortunately losing lives, the third wave certainly will not be as devastating as the second wave.
Thank you, Dr. Srinath Reddy. So we have just 5 minutes, and I would really like to use those 5 minutes to let your imagination come up with solutions for Indian healthcare. So Dr. Devi Shetty, if you were setting the policy, the healthcare policy agenda for the next 2 years, what would be your priority?
I have the most important priority for me is skilling. And we have to understand that the educational system of our country has a basic flaw. The flaw is our educational system, whether it's a nursing, medicine, paramedics, or what, engineering, whatever, this is based on parents paying for the higher education. When you talk about parents paying for the higher education, you have naturally excluded half the country's population. Because half the country's population, the parents are primarily dependent on their physical labor, and by the age of when they are in their 40s and 50s, children are about to join the college. That is the time these parents depend on the children to take care of them. But if they have to spend lakhs of rupees to educate their daughter as a nurse or a doctor, there is no way they can pay. So my suggestion is, after 10th standard, children coming from poor families who have an interest in medical education or whatever in the medical area, there should be a parallel education for them inside a hospital where they are trained at no cost by the hospital, initially as a ANM, auxiliary nursing midwife, for 2 years, then as a GNM, and the entire education is sponsored by the hospital. But in return, this girl or a boy works in the hospital for 8 hours a day, 48 hours a week, and they have most of the education happens online, like what has happened across the world for 2 years. You mean to say, if we do not trust online education, what have we done in the last 2 years? So we should do that. And a GNM, if she ever decides to become a doctor, there has to be a stream for her to join MBBS course. So essentially, unless we replace the parent paid education, believe me, you will not be able to send half of our children to the institution of higher education.
Yes, I think many parents will be relieved to hear that, as well as it will definitely be something meaningful for society. Let me ask you, Dr. Azad Mupin, what is a policy initiative that you would suggest, and maybe with a global lens?
Yeah. So I have a couple of points. One, we have to definitely increase the GDP spend to healthcare to about 4% within years, because we really require that for sprucing up the whole healthcare system in India. One. Second one, I think that there is an opportunity if we make the doctors who come out after the house agency, before they go into PG, for 2 or 3 years. Every year, about 100,000 doctors come out, 70 or 80,000, whatever it is. If we make them go into the rural service, that will definitely help. One, that will help the rural service. And second, that will also help them to get a view before they go for a post-graduation. And the third, I think, like the other services, like the IAS, the IRS, the IPS, and all the other civil services, we should have an Indian medical service also being developed. Indian medical service, if it is being given a chance with selection of doctors or medical management people who come into that, will form the core of such a situation of a national emergency, where the national disaster can be addressed by them much more effectively than being managed by others. So we should look at an Indian medical service for us in the future to, sort of address such issues, as well as to look at the future of the Indian healthcare.
So very brilliant ideas. Thank you, Dr. Mupin. Finally, Dr. Srinath Reddy, you really have the opportunity to set the policy agenda. You've heard all of us. And so tell me, what would you do?
Well, I would focus very strongly on creating a very strong primary healthcare system, not only in rural areas, but urban areas. It has to be comprehensive primary healthcare. It has to address both acute and chronic conditions. It has to be also connected primary healthcare bidirectionally to good secondary and tertiary care facilities. But our health system will actually not advance unless we bring in a strong primary healthcare system, which can take care of many of the problems before they advance to very severe disease. At the same time, this has to be really propelled by training a large number of frontline healthcare workers who are technology enabled and who can provide a lot of services. And primary healthcare need not be mostly doctor dependent. But certainly in terms of requiring other types of healthcare professionals at various levels, we should strengthen our district hospitals and make them into training centers for allied health professionals, nurses, and doctors, and ensure that many of the underserved districts now are appropriately served with the new medical colleges. And unless we build up these network of institutions, but particularly focusing on strong primary healthcare systems, we'll be faltering.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would really like to thank the members of this esteemed panel. Not only do they come up with individual entrepreneurial ideas, but they actually have the ability to implement them. And it's been a privilege to be in dialogue with them. I thank you all for listening in on this session. Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you to the eminent speakers for sharing their thoughts with us today. With that, we come to the end of this session. Do stay tuned. We'll be starting with session 4 in a few minutes from now. and gentlemen, welcome to the next session on the theme Winning the 21st Century War, Transforming the Indian Army. The poll question is, Indian Army should participate in the wars of its allies to ensure reciprocity. Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? Please do participate. It is now my privilege to welcome on the digital dais General M.M. Naravane, PVSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, ADC, Chief of the Army Staff, Indian Army, Mr. Harshpati Singhania, President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director JK Paper Limited, and Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman and Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Let us welcome them with a huge round of applause, please. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Harshpati Singhania to give the introductory remarks.
Thank you. General M.M. Naravane, PVSM, AVSM, SMVSM, ADC, Chief of Army Staff, the Indian Army, P. Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman and past President AIMA, gathered dignitaries, past presidents of AIMA, members of AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to have you with us for a very special session at the National Management Convention. I am delighted to welcome our guest today, India's Chief of Army Staff, General M.M. Naravane. A very warm welcome to you, General. Sir, it is my privilege to have you with us on the AIMA platform today, and many thanks for agreeing to do this session. You are at the apex of India's defense forces, and the country looks at you to secure its territory and peace so that all of us can go about our daily business without worries of losing our life, freedom, and property. You have a rich experience of leadership and management in both war and peace, as you have served in many capacities in the various parts of the Indian Army. You have been the General Officer Commanding in Chief, or the GOC&C, of Eastern Command, and General Officer Commanding in Chief of Army Training Command. You have commanded Rashtriya Rifles in Jammu and Kashmir and Assam Rifles in Nagaland, and you also served in the IPKF operations in Sri Lanka. You have been richly decorated, and rightly so, with important army honors for your distinguished services. You have been awarded the Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Sena Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal, and the COAS Commendation Card. Thank you once again for joining us, and welcome again. I'm also delighted to welcome Sri Sanjay Kirloskar, the immediate past President of AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Sanjay, it's a pleasure to have you, and thank you for moderating this conversation with General. You run a global company, and you have a keen interest in strategic affairs. We look forward to an exciting and informative conversation between you and our General. Ladies and gentlemen, the past couple of years have been tough for India in many ways, and the country got a wake-up call on multiple fronts. Not only has the country suffered because of the COVID pandemic, it has also faced threats on its borders and in its neighborhood. The standoff with China on the Himalayan border has cooled off, but is far from being resolved. The withdrawal of the US and allies from Afghanistan and the abrupt regime change has opened new possibilities of terrorism and tilted the balance of influences in India's west against the country. The concurrence of threats from the north, northeast, and west is complicating matters for India's security. Indian armed forces have never had to face a two-front war despite adversarial situations with both China and Pakistan. But now they have to accept such an eventuality as a possibility and be prepared for that. In fact, they have to prepare for securing India on all its sides because China has got a foot in the door in every country in India's immediate neighborhood. Its involvement in ports, pipelines, railways, and road networks on every side of Indian territory is a signal to Indian forces to prepare for a multi-border, multi-dimensional defense. We are privileged, therefore, to have an opportunity to hear the views of India's Army Chief on winning the 21st century war and transforming the Indian Army. It is now my pleasure to ask Mr. Kirloskar to take over and conduct the session. But before that, I believe there is a souvenir that we have to release on the convention. So would the host and the panel please go ahead.
So may I request the dignitaries on the digital dais to join us in the release of AIMA's digital souvenir for the year 2021. Thank you. With that, may I now request Mr. Kirloskar to kindly conduct the session.
Thank you. General M.M. Naravane, PBSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, EDC, Chief of the Army Staff of the Indian Army, Mr. Harshpati Singhania, President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK Paper Limited, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to have you join us for this session with a very special guest, India's Chief of Army Staff, General M.M. Naravane. General, it is an honor to have you with us on the AIMA platform, and many thanks for agreeing to do this session with AIMA. As our Director General mentioned a few minutes ago, AIMA has had a long association with the Indian Army, and we've had the privilege of hosting some of the former chiefs of the Indian Army. The College of Defense Management, Secunderabad, is an institutional lifetime member of AIMA, and AIMA has a memorandum of understanding with CDM-S to certify its higher defense management course and senior defense management course, and also to recognize its management faculty. AIMA offers its own management courses to Army officers at a discount and exempts them from the entrance exam. In addition, AIMA regularly organizes industry visits for CDM's offices through its local affiliates, and AIMA's leaders have also delivered talks at its campus. In the past, AIMA has engaged with the Army think tank called Center for Land Warfare Studies, or CLAWS, and contributed to many of its leadership events. We will be pleased to revive that partnership whenever possible. In fact, AIMA would be happy to be a bridge between the Army and Indian industry. I do hope your presence here today would help bring industry through AIMA closer to the Indian Army. We're all delighted to have you with us, and we look forward to an informative and exciting conversation with you. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we will discuss the emerging nature of wars and the new capabilities required by the Indian Army to win. In this 21st century, there has been an acceleration of the trend of depersonalization and delocalization of wars. Most of the cross-border killing in this century has been done by remote control weapons, which are often operated from distant continents and seas. GPS and computer guidance weapon systems have reduced the need for boots on the ground. And now space has become the new frontier of war between nations. And some countries have already set up forces dedicated to space warfare. Technology is changing the way wars are fought, and any national army has to reinvent itself to have a role and make a difference. Besides technology and the skills of war, the objectives and the vocabulary of war have also evolved in the 21st century. Now, conflicts are mostly extraterritorial and about strategic interests and influence. often the aim of use of force is to change behavior than to gain or occupy territory. In fact, since the Second World War, there have been very few wars for territory, and even fewer have been successful. Also, the change in the maps of countries have been achieved more often by international intervention than by national armies. However, this trend is beginning to run out, as the generation that learned the lessons of war is now gone. And there is a resurgence of national grievances and pride. This potent cocktail of economic and ethnic anxieties has created friction in every part of the world. And in this edgy world, India needs to rethink its security strategies and capabilities. India must continuously upgrade its armed forces in terms of equipment, know-how, and personnel. We also need to form military alliances and build our military industrial capacity. Also, given that threats are developing all around us, we may have to consider a role for our armed forces beyond our country's borders. Therefore, we are privileged to have the Army Chief with us, and we have an opportunity to learn from him about the future of war and the Indian Army. General Narone is the 28th Chief of Army Staff. He was previously the General Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Eastern Command and the General Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Army Training Command. In his long and distinguished career, he has led the Army in containing insurgency in Jammu and Kashmir, the Northeast, and he was a part of the Indian peacekeeping force in Sri Lanka. He has been a teacher at the Army War College in Mahu and has served in the Ministry of Defense's Integrated Defense Staff. He's also a fellow Punekar, and therefore I'm delighted to have this conversation with him. It's now my pleasure to invite General Narone to make an opening statement. Go ahead, General.
President of the All India Management Association, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Chairman of the 40th National Management Convention, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to have been invited to speak at this annual flagship event of the All India Management Association. Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar and the AIMA fraternity for this opportunity. I also wish to thank you for an extraordinarily kind introduction. AIMA, as the apex body of the management profession in India, has over the last 6 decades contributed immensely to the enhancement of management standards of the country. There is good reason that the CEOs of a number of global companies are Indians. We take immense pride in the achievements of our industry leaders. My compliments to you all. The Indian Armed Forces are proud to be associated with the AIMA through our premier training institution, the College of Defense Management at Secunderabad, that trains select officers from the 3 services and from friendly foreign countries in higher defense management. It remains a highly respected course for the prospective senior leadership of the armed forces. The theme of the convention, Beyond Recovery, New Rules of the Game, is an acknowledgement that it is not business as usual. The pandemic has brought about unprecedented changes from the individual to the organizational level. At the strategic level, with the shifting power equations exacerbated by the pandemic, new rules of the game are indeed being put into effect. I was told that I have to speak on value-based leadership and my experiences of leading through a crisis. This talk is not so much about me and my personal experiences. Rather, I shall be sharing with you the collective wisdom of the senior leadership of as vast and varied an organization as the Indian Army. Let me commence by reminding everyone of this black swan event, which has been unprecedented in its scope and impact. India has gone through challenging times since the onset of the COVID pandemic early last year. In the context of how things unfolded for us, I would say that it is ingrained in our system to carry out a regular scan of the relevant environment and of the developments around us. As an army, we need to constantly anticipate and remain 3 to 4 steps ahead and prepare so as not to be surprised. Forecasting and planning are the very essence of management. We saw how the pandemic spread in other parts of the world. Throughout the earliest days of this challenge, we were clear about our goal, and that is force protection and force preservation, as this was the only way we could remain capable of safeguarding the nation's strategic interests, as also coming to the aid of our people. This was not a passive or defensive measure, but a transitory phase to be battle ready when the situation so demands. In fact, our foundational operational doctrine elaborates that defense may be necessary to ensure the security of own forces and to create a favorable situation for offensive operations to be undertaken. With this being the underlying spirit, force preservation measures were taken in anticipation much before the pandemic struck with full force. Subsequently, a COVID crisis management group was formed for an effective response mechanism, including as an interface with other government agencies in the very initial stages of the pandemic itself. Having strategized this concept, thereafter the execution was left to the field commanders and the local military authorities. This directive style of command and decentralized execution can only happen if you have inherent confidence in your organization and have groomed, trained, and invested in your subordinates over a period of time. It cannot happen overnight. As Stephen Covey writes, and I quote, "The only thing that endures over time is the law of the farm. You must prepare the ground, plant the seed, cultivate and water it if you expect to reap the harvest," unquote. So there are no shortcuts in this. You have to go over the entire cycle. The Indian Army, therefore, was ready to meet all contingencies. As it so transpired, when the crisis developed along our borders in eastern Ladakh, our decision for force preservation benefited us as we were in a high state of operational readiness. However, force preservation does not mean that we were taking care of only ourselves. The Indian Army prides itself as a citizens' army committed to the safety and security of our people. On our part, we proactively contributed to the government's efforts towards meeting this challenge. We were involved in the setting up of quarantine centers and hospitals at various places across the length and breadth of the country, and that too in a record time frame. The strengthening of medical infrastructure and oxygen supply chains was integrated in the overall national effort. Spontaneous actions were taken at all levels to meet this challenge without waiting for any formal orders, including by our Army Wives Welfare Association and the National Cadet Corps. While carrying out these tasks, the number of positive cases in the Army was far below the national average. And this can be attributed to the high standards of physical fitness and self-discipline, a testimony to the effectiveness of our junior leadership. The takeaway here is that organizations must not remain inward-looking, but should look beyond the immediate spheres for the greater good. We are all part of a global family. Even during the crisis, certain functions did not cease. You could shut down schools and offices, factories and shopping centers, but you could not cease security. Our borders had to be protected. The soldiers had to discharge their duties. As the situation warmed up along our northern borders, our Jawans rose to the occasion. They had full faith in their leaders and were willing to work through all challenges and difficulties to achieve their objectives, and all this within the given resources. This was possible because we had war-gamed all likely contingencies and possible options beforehand. The COVID cloud also had a silver lining. For an army of our size, coupled with the challenges of live and active borders, this crisis has been a defining moment. It forced us to introspect and improve upon our processes and reinvent our procedures. People on their own came to acknowledge how the power of technology can be harnessed and utilized. All inhibitions were shed. As an organization, it has made us more efficient. I can proudly share with you all today that our training academies and institutions remained fully functional over the last 18 months. We devised innovative methods to achieve this. Our training academies recalibrated their approach with reliance on digital platforms to include online classes and extensive use of simulators. Training such as weapon handling and actual firing on the ranges was carried out in a staggered manner. Special trains were mobilized in bio bubbles across the length and breadth of the country. Physical activities with requested distancing are now part of the routine. All this has been achieved through the strict enforcement of laid down policies, including national and state level policies, and more importantly, through self-discipline by the rank and file of the Indian Army. Now that we are in a relatively stabilizing phase of the pandemic, there is a need for us as leaders to look beyond to the future. We need to get things back on track. Leaders cannot be passengers riding the bandwagon. You need to lead the recovery, adapt quickly, and chart a new course for the future. As leaders, it is important, therefore, to develop this ability to zoom in and zoom out, to assess a situation and calibrate your responses. One should be able to zoom in to understand the intricacies of a problem, and then to zoom out to see where it fits into the larger mosaic, and then zoom in again to actually fix the problem. The larger picture or context can never be lost sight of. Accordingly, as the situation unfolded in Eastern Ladakh, while focusing our efforts on the northern border, we did not ignore the rest of our borders. Sufficient forces were maintained in high readiness along our western and eastern borders to respond to any misadventure. There is also this tendency to get embroiled in the nuts and bolts of a situation, a do-it-yourself approach. It often results in avoidable interference and lack of freedom to subordinates to execute a task, leading to delays. Although this is more true in hierarchical organizations like the army, it is equally applicable in the corporate sector. Imagine a situation when you launch a startup. You, your best friend, and perhaps your wife execute all the functions, from being the CEO of the company to the delivery boy. But as you expand and grow, you hire additional managers. But that urge to continue to micromanage as you were used to often leads to suboptimal utilization of your workforce and your resources. In our case, while the senior hierarchy formulated the plans, the execution was always left to the commanders on the ground. Trust begets trust. Leaders should be seen more so during a crisis. All our commanders were out with the troops. That's how it has always been, leading from the front. It not only helps you to get a feel of the ground and appreciate a situation better, but also to take timely and correct decisions. Risks and hardships have to be shared. It is well accepted that the strongest bonds are those that are forged in adversity. As we rise up the ladder, we must graduate from being a fault finder to one who provides encouragement and offers alternatives. Our subordinates should be looking forward to our presence without a feeling of impending doom. We must provide the larger course correction, the fine tuning, and leave the fault finding to the appropriate level. As senior leaders, we shall be able to spread good cheer and bring a smile to the faces of our entire team. To conclude my short talk, I wish to leave you with my own sense of the Army. The nation has absolute trust and faith in its Army, and it makes us very proud to be held in such high esteem by the entire nation. But at the same time, it is a huge responsibility to uphold this trust. The nation expects us to protect its interests and its citizens, whatever be the situation, including during natural calamities. We're extremely conscious that come what may, we have to live up to the expectations of our countrymen. We cannot afford to fail, as there are no runners-up in war. So we train hard and fight hard, with many making the supreme sacrifice in the line of duty, uphold this trust that has been handed over from father to son, from one generation to this next. It is these soldiers that one is honored and entrusted to lead. As leaders, we embrace this duty with absolute commitment and then try to do our best. With these thoughts, I wish to thank the AIMA for giving me this opportunity to share my views with all of you on this interesting topic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patient hearing. I wish you all, your families, and the organizations that you lead and represent good health and prosperity in times to come. Thank you, and I'm now open to questions.
Thank you, General. You really explained the ethos and the beliefs of the Indian Army so well. You mentioned about admiration, and we all admire our Army and the values it upholds. The usual quick reactions of our Army, like during the pandemic, have always ensured actually that normalcy, wherever it's sent, normally it returns very quickly, it's restored very quickly. So we're all very grateful to all the members of the Indian Armed Forces for keeping us safe and secure. So with that, let me start the first question with the first question, because there have been tremendous changes in the last 1 month in our neighborhood. And so that my first question would be about that how does the Indian Army view the return of the Taliban rule in Afghanistan, and what could it mean for India's security?
As I mentioned in the beginning of my address, that we always continue to do a regional and environmental scan, and based on that scan, we do keep reviewing what our threat perceptions could be. And based on those threat perceptions, we recalibrate our possible responses. So that is always a work in progress. And as I said, we will always be prepared to meet whatever security challenges flow out of this changed situation.
Okay. Last year we had the Chinese incursions. So, the question in everyone's mind is, I think, what are the lessons of these Chinese incursions? And how are we changing our strategies? How is the Indian Army changing its strategies and capabilities of border patrol and protection?
You did mention in the beginning that the nature and character of war is changing. So I would like to, in this context, elaborate on that a little bit. That while the nature of war remains constant, it is the character of war which keeps changing over a period of. So I would like to give the example of time. So just like the nature of war is constant, time is a constant. But the character changes. How you tell the time, whether you tell it in 1 a.m. or 0100 hours, whether it is a wristwatch or whether it is a wall clock. That is the character. The time is a constant. So the nature of war is a constant. The nature of war will always be to impose your will on the opponent. And again, as you mentioned, not necessarily through territorial gains. It is how you modify the behavior. So that nature never changes. It is how that change is brought about, how that imposition of one's will is brought about. The methodology of that will always be changing all the time. So similarly, as we go along, we will also be continuously monitoring the developments in various fields, whether it is land-based or space-based. And based on these changes, we will also continue to refine our operational strategies and doctrines.
Yeah. Now, especially in industry, we see that there is actually a war in the marketplace. It's a war for market share. And countries also try and see that their companies are based in the best, land in the best possible situation to capture markets. Not so much territories. People now, I think, feel that it's pointless to take territories and people and look after them. It's better to capture markets. So I'll take a few questions because I think on the chat there are questions coming up. How prepared is India's army for a multi-front war, given that China is practically encircling us, whether it is in the north or the string of pearls that they claim to have in the Indian Ocean? How prepared are we to fight a war which could be a multi-front?
Well, I think all of us know that to our west and north we have unsettled borders, and obviously along with these unsettled borders there are challenges that we face. But these challenges are not insurmountable, and if the need arises, we will be always ready to tackle both these challenges at the same time. Of course, there will be always a primary front and a secondary front, and the focus will be on the primary front as we try and contain the second one. And that is the overall strategy as far as we are concerned. Within that, of course, the nitty-gritty will be is not the correct place to get into those details, which are difficult to understand even for me. So but that is the overall strategy. Act on one, contain the other.
Yeah. Okay. General, I'm conscious that it is now 1 minute past the time that you were told this session was going to end. If you are okay, can I ask one or two more questions?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. So the next question is about, everyone is talking about offensive and defensive digital weaponry. So how are our soldiers likely to change in the age of remote and digital battles?
It has been our endeavor over the last many years to slowly and steadily change ourselves from a manpower intensive army to a technologically empowered one. But this change cannot happen overnight. This change obviously will happen as and when these technological capacities improve, as and when these more sophisticated weapons keep getting inducted, and once we train on them and graduate to using these high-tech, so-called high-tech weapons. So this is a work in progress, and I would like to assure everyone that we are in no way behind as far as fighting in the newer domains of space and cyber and all those are concerned. We are well on our way to incorporating all this, big data, AI, quantum technologies, you name it. We are working on all these aspects and how to incorporate these into the future, into the characteristics of war, as I mentioned.
So it's nice to hear that, because one of the questions that had also come was where do the Indian Army's technological capabilities stand in comparison with the top 10 economies of the world. And I'm sure that, the Indian Army is on the lookout and also has developed not only its people, but also the weapons to fight in this new age.
We have
So last question. Sorry.
We have made rapid strides in this, and I would also like to elaborate that we are in partnership with the academia, with the industry, with various IITs. Our officers are even deployed and sent there on attachment for fostering a very close partnership so that in no way should we lag behind. And in all this, as I said, the industry and the academia and these top-notch technological institutions have been more than willing to come forward to meet our futuristic requirements. So we are well on the way. So we are no way lagging behind.
And a final selfish question. What can AIMA do to help Indian Army officers in managing change and leading an increasingly more complex organization?
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said managing change. So the only constant is change.
Yeah.
As the old adage goes, that more difficult to get a new idea into a military mind is to get the old idea out. So we need to empower our officers, especially the junior leadership, who will be occupying senior positions in the army, to be open to change, to have a wider horizon and wider perspectives, as I said, to be able to zoom out and see the bigger picture rather than being too focused into the nitty-gritties of their own jobs or the arms or services in which they are. You have to see the bigger picture and be able to adapt to changing circumstances.
Yeah, it's not, we also have the same problem of senior people being very resistant to change, but there is absolutely no choice for any one of us. So General Narone, thank you so much for spending this time with us. We went beyond our time. I believe this was a wonderful session. You're very candid in your views, very upfront. And I'm sure with the answers that you have given, especially on digital warfare and what's going on in the neighborhood, everyone who is on this call is possibly very secure in their knowledge that regardless of what challenge is thrown at the Indian Army, we will be safe. So thank you very much, General Narone, for accepting.
Thank you very much. And thank you everyone who has been watching so patiently. And I look forward to meeting some of you all in person in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sirs, for being with us today and sharing your views. Ladies and gentlemen, you may download a copy of the souvenir from the Resource Center on your screen or from the AIMA website. With this, we come to the next session of the day, and we request you to kindly stay tuned and give us a few minutes to start that. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin our next session, which is a fireside chat on a founder at work, the journey of Sanjeev Peekchandani. Please join me in welcoming on the digital dais, Mr. Sanjeev Peekchandani, founder and executive vice chairman, Info Edge India Limited, and Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, convention chairman and managing director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Thank you. The poll question for this session is, VCs are biased in favor of the startups founded by IIT and IIM alumni. Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? With that, may I now request Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to give the introductory remarks to open the session, please.
Sanjeev Peekchandani, founder, Info Edge India Limited. Sanjay Kirloskar, convention chairman and managing director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have you in a special session on life and lessons of a legendary startup founder and investor who also happens to be a good friend and a fellow Stephanian. Welcome, Sanjeev. Truly grateful to you for accepting my request to address AIMA's flagship event, the National Management Convention, and for agreeing to share your journey with our audience today. You've been one of India's most successful digital entrepreneurs across the different eras of internet economy. You founded Naukri.com when the internet startups were better known as dot-com companies. You managed to survive the dot-com bust in the early 2000s and capitalize on the startup boom that followed the proliferation of internet-connected smartphones. An astute businessman, you have not just created new ventures, but have also acquired to build an empire. You now own a clutch of industry-leading online search and advisory services in the areas of jobs, property, marriage, and education. In fact, you're a pioneer in listing startups on stock exchanges. You took Info Edge public as early as 2006. Now you're grooming other startups for going public, and Zomato has already made a massive splash in the stock markets. You're also a key investor in Policy Bazaar, Shop Kirana, Ustra, Gramophone, Shipsy, Printo, and many other startups. You're also a founder trustee of Ashoka University. The Government of India awarded you the Padma Shri in 2020. Sanjeev, thank you once again for joining us and a very warm welcome to you.
Rekha, thanks for the invite and the glowing introduction. Much of it exaggerated, I'm sure, but thank you. And Sanjeev, thank you for hosting me.
Pleasure. Mr. Kirloskar, always a pleasure to have you with us, and thank you for moderating this session. A distinguished leader of a venerable Indian company, you have built a global business that provides critical products for infrastructure, irrigation, oil and gas, and defense sectors. You are the immediate past president of AIMA and the chairman of this National Management Convention. Thank you so much for joining us and a very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, India may have missed the Industrial Revolution, but it is among the leaders of the Internet Revolution. It is no surprise that the world's greatest technology companies are headed by people born and educated in India. Many have returned from the US to build Indian versions of successful digital businesses. However, there are many Indian startup founders who have succeeded by creating businesses that are rooted in the Indian context and culture. They are more readily relatable role models for the young aspiring startup founders in India. In this session, we are celebrating one such pioneer who is also helping many young startup founders succeed. India's startup economy has been transformed by COVID, and what was considered the future has become the present. Businesses of all kinds and sizes have relied on online services to continue operating, and both the direct-to-consumer and B2B startups have taken off. The attitude of and towards the internet startups has changed. The startups are trying to boost their top line and bottom line and not just their user numbers. And the public is looking at not just the convenience they offer, but also the returns they could offer as investment. The digital companies look set to claim preeminence in both the business and stock markets. We have an opportunity of talking with a veteran of the digital economy and find out exactly what is going on in the startup universe and where it is headed. With these words, it is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Kirloskar to conduct the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rekha, for the glowing introduction as well. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, founder Info Edge India, Ashpati Singhania, President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK Paper Limited, Rekha Sethi, Director General, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Bikhchandani, many thanks for doing this session and agreeing to share your secrets of founding and mentoring blockbuster startups. You have built an online classifieds empire, which includes leading search and advisory services such as Naukri.com, 99acres.com, Jeevansathi.com, and Shiksha.com. But lately, you have gained wider fame for mentoring other startups and preparing them for IPOs. The Zomato IPO has already been a hit, and now Policy Bazaar seems to be ready to make a splash in the stock market. You seem to have a pipeline of unicorns, and all of us are watching your every move in the startup market. We would love to know how you have learned to spot winners and what other startup founders and investors could learn from you. You grew up in Delhi, where the government used to be the most obvious employer, but you looked for a destiny in business. After your BA from the prestigious St. Stephen's College, you did your MBA from the equally prestigious IIM Ahmedabad and joined HMM, which is now known as GlaxoSmithKline and Consumer Healthcare. Working for an MNC was considered a privilege in those days, but you chucked your job in less than 2 years to found Info Edge. You were very much a part of the zeitgeist of the liberalization wave of the 1990s, when new opportunities opened up for young entrepreneurs as the economy expanded and globalized. However, it took many years for you to make it in business. Before Naukri.com became your calling card, you spent many years trying to build businesses in research, consulting, training, etc. The arrival of the internet was the best news for aspiring entrepreneurs of our generation. I think we are about the same age. And it simply took away the barriers to setting up a business and the need for expensive real estate. But I guess it was anything but easy. And it took you many years of slogging in anonymity before Naukri.com became a hit. A quarter century after you untied yourself from the safety of a job and plunged into business without a parachute, you have a digital conglomerate worth more than $9 billion with more than 4,500 employees. Your company and the companies you invest in touch lives of hundreds of millions of people every day. Not bad for a company started in the servants' quarter with a paid-up capital of rupees 2,000. You have received accolades from all kinds of organizations, including those in media, consulting, and higher education. You've also been given the Padma Shri by the government in the year 2020. The latest chapter in your story is of particular interest to a lot of people. Suddenly, your public identity has shifted from being the founder of Naukri.com to the super investor of Zomato. Analysts are forecasting fantastic numbers for the Zomato stock, and they expect similar spectacular debut for another unicorn in your portfolio. According to media reports, you have been investing aggressively in 2021 in both early stage startups and the nearly IPO-ready ones. The swathe of your investment includes startups in supply chain, shipping and logistics, fintech, travel, niche e-commerce, hyperlocal grocery, elementary school education, intercity transportation, and even drone solutions. For many, you are the new prophet of startup investing. So in this session, we would like to talk about the state of the startup economy and where it is headed. So let us begin this conversation now. So the first question for you, unless you want to make an opening statement.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, is when and how did you catch the business bug in times when most of the young kids dreamt of becoming IAS officers or getting MNC jobs?
Yeah, so look, my father was a doctor in the government. My mother's a homemaker. We didn't have any business in the greater family, anybody in business. So we were a family of doctors, engineers, and government employees. If I look at my uncles and everybody, related to my parents, and so there wasn't business in the family. But there are parents, there are children who will do what their parents do, and there are children who simply won't. I was the youngest in the family, and my elder brother became he's a professor at UCLA, and PhD from Stanford in economics. My sister joined the government. So I was a bit of, a rebel. Being the youngest, I had to be different. And so there are children who will do what their parents do, and there are children who simply won't. I was in the second category. And so by a process of elimination, I said, I will not be a doctor. And second was, I'll not join the government. And then by a process of elimination, I guess, by the time I was finishing school, I had said at some point in time, I will start a company of my own. In those days, the word entrepreneur was not known or fashionable. So I didn't say I'll be an entrepreneur. I'll say I'll start a business. What business, when business, how business, there was no capital. All that was, a problem we figured out later. It was a fuzzy goal. And, that goal stayed with me since I was very young, maybe 12 or 13 years old. It kept coming back as a dream and aspiration. And eventually, after working for 5 years, and after college and IIM, I worked for 3 years between college and IIM, and then 2 years after IIM, I quit my job and I became an entrepreneur. And there was no big idea. There was no big vision. It was just, I don't want that life. Let me drift and explore. And for 7 years, we drifted and did a whole bunch of small things, teaching, training, report writing, databases, whatever came my way to survive. And then after 7 years, we launched Naukri as the 21st small idea. We just took jobs from newspapers and magazines around the country and put them on the net. And we called it Naukri. And, traffic began to come. At that time, when we launched, there were only 14,000 internet accounts in the country, but it looked like a large number to me, large enough to sort of eke out a living. I didn't want to sort of either found or build or run a large business. I just wanted, to create, be independent, be in charge of my own time, life priorities, and make enough money to have a decent, comfortable life. Right? But, the internet happened, it grew. And we got funded competition. Therefore, we were forced to raise venture capital. We had said no to venture capital twice or thrice when they approached us, saying, I don't want to complicate my life. I'm very happy running a small company on one floor of my father's house. We had moved out of a 7-quarter, moved out to a full floor by then. And, I was actually quite happy running a small company. But then once you raise venture capital, then you become responsible, accountable. You've got to, give monthly MISs. You can't go to office up one floor in shorts and t-shirt anymore. You got to get a team. You got to move out of your houses, and you got to move to a proper office, which we did in Noida. So all those things began to happen to us. But once we were in the game, we said, okay, if we are in the game, we should play it well, and which is what we tried to do. And thus far, it seems to have worked all right.
What you said reminds me so much of my great-grandfather who founded the business. He was also the youngest in the family. He didn't want to do what his parents wanted him to do. In those, I'm talking about the 1880s. The eldest brother was a doctor, the second one was a teacher, and he wanted to be an artist. So I can understand the fears that your parents would have had when you decided to do something completely different. So let me go to the next question, which is, how did your family then deal with the many failed attempts to build a successful business?
Well, actually, in the early days, success for us had a very different meaning. When I was the first 7, 8, 10 years, if you survived, you were successful, right? And in order to survive, I had a very simple principle: be ultra frugal, keep your costs low, so that no matter how low the revenue is, you still got your nose above the water.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that frugality, that frugal discipline of the next 10 years, before we raised venture capital, that is still with us. We are still a relatively frugal and commercially prudent company. In today's day and age, in the dot-com era, in the tech era, in the crazy investing era, and the crazy valuation era, it is, I do still believe that it is good to be commercially prudent. And that's what we are like to do ourselves, and that's what we like to encourage our investing companies to do. Right? I think so. Therefore, I was never a failure. I wasn't a success.
Yeah.
A wide success for the first 10 years, but never a failure because we survived.
Yeah.
Right. And in the first 10 years, I think for roughly 6 years off and on, I could not take a salary home. But, I was living in my parents' home, so there was no rent to be paid. I was, the kitchen was running. Whenever I could contribute, I would contribute. When I, couldn't, I didn't. So I think entrepreneurs need very supportive families in India, especially if they are first generation and they don't have a lot of capital. Right? Because India, even though we are seeing a lot of venture capital nowadays, is fundamentally a capital scarce country.
Yeah.
And therefore, when you're starting out, you usually will be short of capital. Now, if you're fortunate, you will get some external funding, but many people don't. And, if you look at the number of startups being funded and you compare it to the number of people trying to start out in business, it's just a tiny fraction. It's just that they make the headlines, right? And therefore, if your capital is scarce, how do you survive? I think that is the key question. You need supportive families in India. And our families are our safety net.
Yeah. So how, Naukri.com was obviously your first one, if I'm not wrong. And what did you learn from it?
So I think if I look back on the businesses that have worked very well for us,
yeah.
Right? So, and even before Naukri, I think for 7 years, I was doing a whole bunch of other things. I think if you solve an unsolved problem, right, for the customer or for your prospective customer, the customer will buy, you don't have to sell. Right? I think that's one key learning. So don't be a me too. Don't do an idea just because it worked in the US. Your idea must come from observing the customer, talking to the customer. Perhaps you've been a customer yourself, right? Who's had a pain point. So if you start with a pain point, so what, I say is that successful companies are built on deep customer insights, right? And insights can be simple, yet most people do not get it. So I'll give you one example. When I was working in my last job in HMM, I was in the marketing team. I was working on the brand Holics, right? And there were 7, 8 of us in that open hall. We would sit, all junior marketing executives, all from good business schools, IIMs, FMS, Bajaj, right? And I used to observe that when the office copy of Business India would come in and go from desk to desk, everybody would read it from the back because there were 35 to 40 pages of appointment ads at the back, right? And very often people won't even see the articles, they just see the ads and pass it on. And then they would start discussing about this job, that company, what do you think? So people who were happy in their jobs, they would not apply. And there weren't that many options in 89-90 pre-liberalization in Delhi. So if you wanted Delhi, you wanted FMCG, you wanted marketing, not sales, which means head office Delhi, you wanted MNC, there were just 2 companies, Nestle and HMM. And it looked like they would not hire from each other because there was no cross movement. Right? So you were in the best job you could be, right? And yet people would get animated about jobs. And that's when I figured that jobs are a high interest category of information. 7 years later, or 6 years later, when I saw the internet for the first time, I said, why not get newspapers and magazines from around the country and just dump the printed appointment ads in your own words, in your own data structure onto the net and see what happens. It was a small experiment, but I was confident because I had that insight. I was confident that we have no money, we were broke, right? But without advertising, traffic will come. Because jobs are a high interest category of information, I had that insight, right? Likewise, Zomato, right? When I met Deepinder Goyal for the first time in 2007, right? The site was getting traffic, it was not doing much revenue. I used it, I liked it. Hitesh Oberoi, like, CEO now, business partner, he used it. We both liked it. And we, began to sort of, I reached out to Deepinder. It was a cold email I sent him. And I met him. I said, Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? Because you're getting traffic. Now, the reason why I liked this site was it was the only site that had all the menu cards. No other site had the menu cards of the restaurants. So, I'm a foodie, my son's a foodie. We would sit and plot and plan on Friday or Saturday morning, saying where are we going for lunch this weekend or dinner? And we would look at the menu cards. And I found it very useful. So I said, the idea kahan se aaya? And he told me a very interesting story. He said, I was working in Bain Consulting or IIT, Delhi. And there were maybe 50 or 60 of us working in that office in Gurgaon. And mostly young, mostly male, mostly single, many living away from home, which means no mummy to pack lunch for you. Working hours were long, consulting. So you invariably ended up having 2 meals in office. Office had a cafeteria that would not serve food, but you could bring your own food and have it there. And to make life easy for the employees, the admin staff had collated the delivery menu cards of all the restaurants that would deliver there, maybe 60, 70 of them, and kept them in a file folder in the cafeteria to refer to. And Deepinder said, at 1 o'clock every day, you go down, then you have to wait 20 minutes in line to access the file. And then you have 2 minutes to decide, then you phone up the restaurant, and then, the guy delivers 45 minutes, then you get lunch. It's a huge pain. So I came in one Saturday and I scanned that entire file folder of menu cards. And I put it on my personal page in the office intranet. Right? So if you want to have lunch at 1, you access my page at 12 o'clock, you order by 12:15, lunch is there by 1, it's much better. He says, within 3 days, the IT infra guy came to me and said, man, what have you done? 95 or 98% of internal traffic is going to your page. What's happening? He said, that's in the penny dropped. And I realized that, look, menu card aggregation has value. Just as I had discovered that job aggregation has value a decade or so ago. Right? And with his boss's permission, he went on weekends and just began to gather menu cards and restaurant information of all restaurants in Delhi NCR. When he had 800 of them, he launched the site. And it immediately began to get traffic. He had hit a pain point. And he was getting traffic without advertising because people found value. Yeah. And the idea of what will create value was actually very simple. It didn't cost money. The idea of what will create value in my case was actually very simple. It didn't cost money. Just 29 newspapers once a week on the day of the appointment ads, you have to get into the office. Right? Yeah. It was just that insight that did it. So, one of the key questions we ask when we look at a startup is it getting what we call natural traction? Mm-hmm. Is the traffic coming on its own? Is it being downloaded? Are people using it? If they are, without advertising and marketing, and the traffic is growing, it means that they've hit a hot button. They've identified something that people want. The second question we ask is, where do you get the idea from? Right? And I love what Deepinder told me. Right? And the third question we often ask is, right now you're bootstrapping, because we usually are the first check-in. So you're probably not taking a salary, a very low salary. After we invest, what kind of salary do you think is fair for you to take? Yeah. So we're not interested in a specific answer. We are interested in how he approaches that question. And what does he feel is fair and justified? And that tells us a lot about the priorities, his or her priorities. And that tells us how frugal the entrepreneur will be. And that tells us, how much he or she is willing to sacrifice in order to make, some people value their equity, their own holding. Say, I will dilute less, so I'll take less salary. I don't want to consume money in my salary. Some people say, hey, you know what? I've given up 3 years of salary. I'm an MBA from so place. This is my market salary. I have to recover my market plus my last 3 years of, that's the wrong answer for us. So you have a cost plus entrepreneur. I need to survive. I take a little bit more than that. And you have a entitlement mindset entrepreneur. And, it's, we would obviously prefer back the former rather than the latter.
Okay. Going back to the late 90s, how did you survive the dot-com bust?
I think the fact that we had been bootstrapping for 10 years before raising venture capital had built in us a frugal mindset which said, kharche kam karo. So when the money came in April 2000, first of all, we got lucky. I think good, successful entrepreneurs also have to get lucky. We got the money 2 weeks before the meltdown. Now, having always been short of cash for 10 years, right? We really valued money. And ये पैसा आया है, इसको बैंक में रखो, हमने बोला. The meltdown हुआ, when the meltdown happened, typically when meltdowns happen, the believers in the earlier story, right? They are in denial. It's a temporary correction. 6 months it'll be okay. ठीक हो जाएगा, it'll come back. Now, we were paranoid because we had been through 10 years of no cash. Right. And we said, boss, maybe it'll come back, maybe it won't. But let's understand it. We got a valuation we didn't deserve. We got money we didn't deserve. Okay, because it was a bubble. Whether or not a bubble has burst, we should keep the money in fixed deposits in the bank. Right. Even if we delay our investment by 6 months, it doesn't matter. As it turned out, it was a meltdown. So first thing about surviving the meltdown was we got lucky. We did not have time to spend the money foolishly. If we raised the money 1 year earlier, we would have spent it foolishly. Right? So we got lucky with timing. Second is we were naturally frugal and paranoid because we had come through 10 years of no cash. Right? Third, we understood we'll never get this money again. So whatever we have to do in this money. So keep it in fixed deposit in the bank and then start spending prudently. So we did not spend a lot on advertising, which is the easiest thing to do. Cut a check to the ad agency. We did not take an expensive office. We moved out of my father's house, but we took up a 10 rupee a square foot office in the back lanes of Noida in between rubber and chemical factories with open drains and sewers. We did the interiors well because we wanted that once people come in, they should feel they're working for a very, very good company. But we said fixed monthly outgo hum kam karenge. Capex kar lenge, but fixed monthly outgo kam karenge. So we spent 25% or maybe 20% of our money raised on the interiors of that office. Right? Which is a big thing. But we said we're a people's company and therefore people must be happy. Getting here may be hard and the surroundings may not be great, but once you're inside, you're okay. So we spent that money, but we did not have a large monthly outgo. We did not, and I think that paid off because we spent money. And the third is we stumbled upon what we call our repeatable, profitable unit pretty quickly. You see, other .coms in that era, many of them had built high cost structures in the anticipation that second round hoga, third round hoga of fundraise. You don't need to make a profit immediately because, the market doesn't value profits. Right? And we were 10 years of frugality, 10 years of bootstrapping. He said, yeah, this is it. You got to survive with this money. So cut your coat according to your cloth. And this is the only cloth you have. Right? And we stumbled upon what we kept racking our brains. How do we make money? How do we make money? Because we've moved into a new office. We've done the interiors. We've hired some people. So overheads have gone up. We are losing money. When a monthly salary bill was 4 times the revenue around that time, because we had hired people. You add rent, you add electricity, you add a whole bunch of things. You are at 5 or 6 times. We had only so much money left in the bank, right? And there was no hope of getting extra. But what happened was that we had stumbled upon what I call today our repeatable, profitable unit, which basically, Hitesh joined the company a little before we raised venture capital, and he looked after sales and marketing. And we were selling a direct mail before that. And he said, listen, let's do an experiment. Let's hire 4 salespeople and send them out in the market and see what happens. Now, he'd come from Hindustan Lever, right? Old economy. Okay, I said, yeah, sure. Hire 4 sales. He went and hired 4 salespeople, and they went out and sold our services to HR managers. And we discovered within 3 months that the average salesperson was generating revenue of 50,000 rupees a month, headed north. Right? Every month is going up. And the average salesperson total cost, which is, salary, commission, conveyance, mobile phone bill, depreciation on computer, we were hot desking. So, divided that, depreciation on desk, office rent, was 22,000 rupees. In other words, the average salesperson was generating a surplus of 28,000 rupees on his own cost, headed north. This is headed north. And the beauty about our business is that the only variable cost that we had was sales commission. It doesn't cost you more money to put an extra job on Naukri. So we say, hey, this is pretty cool. Let's just keep adding salespeople till the last salesperson is not breaking even. And we did that for 2 years. Just kept on repeating it. And at the end of 2 years, we had 240 salespeople across 11 offices around the country. And we had broken even at 35 times the revenue prior to raising venture capital. So I think A, we were frugal, B, we were lucky, C, we hit a repeatable profit unit. D, when you don't have a choice but survival ka sawal hai, so, you will find a way.
I remember quite a few very funny ads from that time, right? And so I'd like to ask you, at that time, I'm sure there was competition from Monster.com. How did you, was it frugality plus were there so many other ideas that made you survive the onslaught of Monster.com?
Well, so I think fundamentally there was self-belief. That listen, just because they have more money than us doesn't mean they're smarter than us. Just because they're from America doesn't mean they're better than us, right? So there's fundamentally a self-belief. There was a burning ambition and desire to build a world-class, world-scale company out of India. We wanted to do that. Ultimately, see, you work to a point for some profit, some money, right? But beyond that, you work for building an institution, you work for a legacy, you work for, the sort of the glory you get from building an institution, or the feeling you get when you build an institution is much, much more than any money you make, right? And that's what is driving us. That हमें ये करना है, हमें ये long run के लिए करना है. You see, great companies are the outcome. They last more than 100 years, right? The longest lasting company was the East India Company, 250 years, but of course that is aided by government monopoly, right? But even so, 100 years, 150 years, great companies. And they continue to refresh themselves, innovate, stay relevant, adapt, right, and grow. So great companies are the outcome of a lifetime's effort of some people, right? If you look at Microsoft, it took Bill Gates and his original and subsequent senior colleagues a lifetime. You look at Google, they've been at it since 98, they're still there. You look at Facebook, at it since 2005, still there. You look at General Motors, it became great largely because of the leadership and the team that Alfred P. Sloan put together, and took 30, 40 years. So if you want to build a great institution, you got to commit a lifetime. And I think we realized that fairly early. कि कुछ अगर बढ़िया चीज करनी है तो 20-30-40 साल लगेंगे.
Okay. I'm sure a lot of people would now like to know why you turned from investing in 5 potential startups instead of competing with it.
So, see, 2006 we went public. Right? I was 43. Now, in order to go public, we had to work really hard for about a year and a half to get the company IPO ready. During that time, I had to basically not do a complete CEO's job. I had to focus on the IPO. Right? Which meant that I handed over a lot of my stuff on a day-to-day basis to Hitesh, who was CEO. When we went public, it was obvious to many people, including Hitesh, me, everybody, that listen, even if I step aside as CEO, right, Hitesh can run the company. So one is I can hang on to the CEO's position and we continue as is, which is an option. And the other is, listen, I mean, if somebody else can do it, why should I do it? And it might be better for the company. Maybe Hitesh is younger, 10 years younger. He'll come with fresh ideas. This is an evolving industry, internet industry. It's a new age industry. Maybe I'm a dinosaur, right? And so board, Hitesh, me, we sort of kept discussing and we decided in 2010 that I would step away as CEO. And prior to that, we had raised a bunch of money. It was slushing around in the bank. The company was profitable. We didn't need the money. One of the things we'd said in the IPO use of proceeds in the RHP was acquisitions. But when we went out to actually acquire, we found that A, nothing is available that's worthwhile, and B, whatever is there is too expensive, right? And we said we can't spend this kind of money to buy that kind of asset or that kind of company. And so we said, okay, what do we do now? So we said inorganic growth has got many facets. One is acquisition, other is investments.
Yeah.
And so why not invest in the promising startups coming up? So what we began to put a toe in the water, small investments here, there. It was a cottage sector kind of activity. And increasingly, Hitesh was handling more and more of the company. So around 2007, we began to invest and I was in charge of it. So it started with a cottage sector activity. And then gradually it assumed a life of its own because, we rode the wave that came. We didn't anticipate it. But it happened, and we were in the right place at the right time, doing the right things. Right? So Zomato, so Policy Bazaar, we invested 20 crores in 2008 for 49% of the company. It was a PowerPoint presentation then. It was pre-revenue, pre-company. Zomato, we put in 4.5 crores to 33% of the company. And both these worked out well. There were a number of others that did not work out well.
Yeah.
Okay, but we were learning. But the fact that we did two and they worked out as well as they have is, I think, it's a testimony to the management teams and the founders there. So people give me credit. In your introduction of me, you gave me credit. Rekha gave me credit. But the truth is, the credit belongs to the people who did it. The people who did it are the founders and the management teams of Zomato and Policy Bazaar. People give me credit for InfoEdge. So many other people other than me have done so much more for InfoEdge than I have. But yeah, I get called to talks, and therefore I get the credit. But actually, the credit belongs to so many other people, more than me.
Yeah, finally, all part of the team. Now let me choose a few questions from the chat and club them. I'm sorry, I won't be able to take the names of individual people. The first question is, now that Zomato has opened the floodgates for startup IPOs, which other startups may be ready for IPOs this year, or is it?
Well, I think that list is known. I mean, Cartrade has gone public already. I think there are a few which will look at doing either a SPAC or list overseas because they're domiciled overseas. But there are many, many, many who will choose to list in India. And Policy Bazaar has filed for DRHP. I think Paytm has filed. I think MobiKwik has filed. There are several who filed, right? And they're working towards an IPO. SEBI, I guess, will have to give them the final approval and the green signal, and then they will go public if all goes well. Of course, the market has to stay intact. That's a precondition. But right now, it's looking like the market isn't going to stop anytime soon, right? So there will be enough startups going public, and I think many of them will have very successful IPOs. And so you will see a coming of age of the startup ecosystem. I won't say internet startup ecosystem. I say startup ecosystem because there will be a number of startups who are not necessarily internet companies. I mean, Renew Power has gone public with a SPAC on NYSE. Yeah. So I think you want to see a lot of capital coming into these companies through the IPO route, and therefore coming into India, and that's a good thing.
Okay. In which sectors would one be likely to encounter more unicorns in the coming months?
So look, we don't do it top down, right? We actually go in early stage, right? And we do it bottom up. So we don't say, hey, we've got 4 classified sites, we are missing an auto site, let's do an auto site. Because if we were to do that, right, 2 things. One is you'll either get into a market at a very expensive valuation, or you will get into number 4 or 5 site at a cheap valuation, but nothing will come of that because it won't succeed. And you would miss out some very good ideas. We would, if we had done a top-down approach, saying which sectors first, and then drill down on that, we would never have done Zomato or Policy Bazaar, because we would never have dreamt that let's do a restaurant listing site. We would never have dreamt let's do a insurance comparison site. It would have been out of our search, right? We do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups, see what's bubbling up from underneath, and say which founder looks good, what idea looks interesting, is it getting traction, is there something happening here, is there a larger trend here, and then we invest. We often fail, we sometimes succeed. So long as the ones we succeed in, more than make up for the ones we fail in, we're doing all right. We're on the plus side of the equation, right? And that's how we do it. So look, but having said that, look, there are going to be unicorns all over the place. There are going to be business models that you have not heard of or could not have imagined on your own. There will be startups in fintech that are unicorns. There will be startups in edtech that will be unicorns. There will be all marketplaces. There will be all kinds of unicorns, right? And the issue is not unicorns. I think unicorn is a used and abused term. See, the truth is that Fed has put in $4 trillion into the of liquidity over the last 12, 15 months, 18 months. Now, this is causing asset price inflation in many, many places around the world. whether it's unlisted companies or even stock markets. We've seen the stock market run up. Now, a company may not have changed its fundamentals very much over the last 18 months because it's been COVID, because it's been lockdown. In fact, its profits may even be lower, yet its valuation may be 2x, 3x of what it was.
Yeah.
It's a lot of it is liquidity driven. So let's not mistake the increase in the number of unicorns as success on fundamentals. Because if the liquidity dries up, right, the startups have to ask themselves that if I don't get my next round, what will I do? And if you're building a business model that is robust enough to survive a liquidity withdrawal, then you're onto a good thing, even though your valuation may correct temporarily. Because your underlying growth will sooner or later give you that valuation back. So I would still say focus on business fundamentals. Customer satisfaction, value proposition, innovation, sales, revenue, cost, and therefore consequent profits.
So there's another question. How has the big bang of Zomato expanded the universe of your startup investments? Look, an IPO, as far as Zomato management team is concerned, is just another day. It is a culmination of a long process, but for them, life carries on. They were back at work within 3 days. It was, I think, a Friday that the listing happened, and Monday they were back at work. And in fact, they even had an offsite that weekend, saying, okay, now we've gone public, now what do we do? And the conclusion was, we continue to do what we've always done, right? Likewise for us, this has simply proved what we have known for a long time, that there is value in startups. There's value to be created, had, made in startups. We've always known it. Just identify the right ones, get in and be patient and be supportive, right? So it has not changed anything fundamentally. It has perhaps given us more confidence that this kind of fulfills what we had said and therefore keep on doing more of it, right? But our principles of investing haven't changed. Our investing thesis hasn't changed. Our strategy has not changed. Get in early, perhaps first institutional check, stay for a long time, identify the good ones. I mean, see, I'll tell you one secret, Sanjay. Investors may believe that, they are geniuses. We're not. We're not. We have one skill. Can we spot the good ones? Right? Now, the secret of successful early stage investing is to invest behind teams and companies and founders who are going to succeed anyway, with you or without you. Deepinder Goyal and company would have succeeded anyway. Yashi Daya and company would have succeeded anyway. Now, it's not our genius that made them succeed. It's their genius. Hamara ye tha ki we came in early, we spotted them. We said, yaar, boss, humse paise le lo. And they said, okay. They needed the money. We needed investment. It was a happy sort of handshake, right? And after that, we were supportive and persistent. So we've been in policy about 13 years, still staying. We've been in Zomato 11 years, still staying. So, you got to play for the long game. Yeah.
To spot the right ones early, play for the long game.
Okay.
And Baki, if you spot the right one, it's their genius, not yours.
Yeah. I guess if you're not worried about who gets the credit, there's no limit to what you can achieve, right? So last two questions before Rekha comes in. I'll ask both of them one after the other. After a quarter century in online business, what have been your most important learnings about entrepreneurship and leadership? That's number one. And number two, what can young startup founders learn from you? And which 2 or 3 mistakes would you advise them to avoid?
So the first question, I'd say, I think one big learning for me in hindsight is to be a great entrepreneur and not merely a good one, right? To be a good entrepreneur, you have to identify opportunities. To be a great entrepreneur, which means building a great big company over an extended period of time. withstand the test of time. You've not just got a spot opportunity. You've got to understand and manage risk. That's really important. Because until you face a downturn, you don't fully comprehend the risks you took in the boom. Because risks you took in the boom may have led you into certain cost structures, decisions, commitments, which are very difficult to service in a downturn. And therefore, understanding and managing risk and not just opportunity is really important. The second great learning is that, look, it's about people, it's about execution, build great teams, share the wealth, share the credit. That's really important. This is no longer, there are very few companies who can make it with the founders and the promoters owning 90%, 95%. Be prepared to, give big chunks of the company away to people who help you make it happen. That's important. There are knowledge industries. You will be secure in your knowledge, capability, domain expertise, and not by your ownership, necessarily. Okay. Sorry, what is the second question?
What can learn from you, and which?
So look, one thing I tell, apart from the fact that focus on customer insight, the other thing I tell people is that the customer's money is better than the investor's money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Reason being that if you're getting the customer's money and you're getting money from the same customer repeatedly at a price that's higher than your cost, then chances are you have a viable business, so long as you can get enough customers to pay you on those terms, which means you're making your unit economics are right, the customer's buying repeatedly, which means you have something the customer wants. You have a viable company, right? And if you are getting the customer's money on these terms, the investor's money will almost certainly follow. Because investors love to invest behind businesses that are getting the customer's money, right? On the other hand, if you get the investor's money first, right, there is no guarantee the customer's money will follow. The customer is unforgiving. The customer is not your uncle or your aunt or your cousin who will give you money, without seriously examining what you're selling, right? And getting the investor's money is often about impressing two MBAs in their mid-20s across the table with a PowerPoint. But getting the customer's money is a lot harder. You're subject to a lot more scrutiny, right? So therefore, focus on the customer's money rather than the investor's money. Okay. But very often we fail to see that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sanjay,
for agreeing to be on this program for AIMA, and wish you and all your startups a great success going forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable inputs and that very interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to the end of the first day of AIMA's 48th National Management Convention. We would like to thank our sponsors who have supported the convention and made it possible. Our sincere thanks to our principal sponsor, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, principal co-sponsor, Reliance Industries Limited, sponsor, JK Paper Limited, co-sponsors, Ambuja Neotia, Apollo Hospitals, Cabin Care, Indian Oil, Neo Foods, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Triveni Group, Uflex Limited, Usha International, and Vodafone Idea Limited. Our associate sponsors, Dempo Group of Companies, NTPC and Tata Chemicals, and corporate sponsors, Amway, BSC, Firebird Institute, Kony Elevator India, Nico Engineering, Powergrid, Thijo Engineering, and Titus & Co. We shall now start with the AIMA Managing India Awards in a little while from now, though we are a little delayed because of the extended and interesting sessions at the NMC. We apologize for the minor delay. We will start in 5 minutes. Please do stay tuned.